guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Yeehaw! That's right. We're gonna do it all again. Here we go. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Hope your week's going well. Closing out a hump day. Thursday coming on as we will work our way into the 17th day of February. OvernightDriveRadio.com. iPhone, Android, Facebook, YouTube, TNCRadio.live. Also on your iPhone or Android or streaming device. Welcome in. Well, what do you say? We've been talking about it for days. Well, maybe turn the camera on. There you go. There he is. Hi there. Yeah, welcome aboard. Sorry about that. Oh, you got to push that button. All right, we've been talking about it for days, so here comes our next cross-country storm. It's got a little bit of everything in the mix. Torrential rain, flooding rains, heavy snow, icing concerns. Yes, some areas may see enough ice. It weigh down trees and power lines. Power outages could very well come into play. All right, here's the latest. We start with the national radar scene. Well, you've got rain tonight stretching from Ottawa, Ontario, where the protesters are still in place, holding the line, as they say. It's lighter rain from Ottawa down to Toronto. You get down into the southern half of Michigan, start to run into some pretty heavy rain down through the Chicago area, northern Indiana, about the northern third of Indiana, right on down through much of Illinois, even southern portions of Wisconsin. A little bit of ice in the mix there between just south of Madison to maybe south of Des Moines. Not a whole lot of ice just yet. That could change. Heavy rains down through St. Louis to Springfield, Missouri, on down into the northwest corner of Arkansas. Then you got to skip back to western Oklahoma. The Panhandle region is in snow. Oklahoma Panhandle, the northern Panhandle of Texas. It's more heavy rains, some showers and thunderstorms embedded there. That's the line we're going to be watching overnight that could potentially kick up some severe weather. Right now it's areas, say, Amarillo's pretty much in the clear. East of Amarillo, a line extending down to just east of Lubbock, Texas. The storms themselves moving northeasterly along that frontal system. And as we progress on through the day today, Thursday, this is where things get very active. First, in the eastern portions of the country. How about this? I'm looking at 58 degrees outside the secret bunker as we've crossed over the midnight hour in the eastern time zone. Very unusual for mid-February. This is a surge of spring-like warmth. It's going to make it feel like late March or early April over much of the eastern USA through the day into Thursday night, but this big storm arrives, unleashing drenching rain, melting the snow, and snow-eating wind. Forecasters say they've set into motion, this is going to set rapid runoff and flooding concerns from the lower Great Lakes into the interior Northeast that could persist even into Friday. Same system is going to produce that heavy snow, a quick freeze-up, and even blizzard conditions in parts of the Midwest, while triggering severe weather in a portion of the Mississippi Valley overnight tonight into Thursday night. So really, for the next 24 hours, things are going to be very active. As the storm tracks northeast over the central states, increasing southerly winds will be pumping warm air into the eastern third of the nation. Temperatures climbing into the 70s from Atlanta to Charlotte, North Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, Richmond, Virginia today. We're kind of calling it a spring fever today. You're going to have that, no doubt about it. Further to the north, temperatures projected to reach the 60s. New York City, Boston, Philadelphia. You could challenge some daily record temperatures. New York City, the record would be 61. Boston set in 1981. 68 degrees for Philadelphia would be the record. Temperatures may even touch 70 in Washington, D.C. today. Increasing southerly winds will keep south-facing shoreline areas off the Atlantic Ocean several degrees lower, rapidly melting any remaining piles of snow that's left over from those recent storms. 24 hours from now, by the time we get to Thursday night, the winds can really begin to howl, strong enough to lead to power outages and flooding at times of high tide. Now, there's a broad area where snow cover right now ranges from maybe a few inches to maybe even a foot in depth along that zone from northern Indiana, northern Ohio to northern Pennsylvania, much of upstate New York and New England. 1 to 2 feet of snow is on the ground along the shores of Lake Erie, on Lake Ontario. They're in northeastern Ohio to central New York, over the Adirondacks and Green, the White Mountains. Now, with that kind of snow cover, there's up to a few inches of water locked up in that snow that could be released over the next 24 hours or so. The effect of the warm air and the gusty winds will be raising the temperatures of the snowpack and set the stage for a more rapid melting, especially as the rain moves in just ahead of that colder air. Now, the storm over the central U.S. is going to bring generally 1 to 2 inches of rain. Some localized areas could see 2 to 4 inches of rain. Portions of the Tennessee and Ohio valleys, southern portions of the St. Lawrence Valley. That includes a large area that has that deep snow cover. The combination, heavy rain, gusty winds, mild, moist air, will cause some or maybe even much of that snow to liquefy and run off into area streams and rivers. That would lead to some flooding. The magnitude of that melting is going to hold the key to just how much flooding we will see. Flooding may occur in and around cities like Indianapolis, Cleveland, and Akron, Ohio. Further east, Pittsburgh and Erie, PA. Buffalo, Syracuse, Watertown, New York. Areas further north like Burlington and Montpelier, Vermont will be at risk for some flooding there as well. Many of the waterways in the same region of the Northeast and Midwest still have a substantial amount of ice on them, and the rapid thaw with the heavy rain is going to break up some of that ice. There's the potential for ice jams to form and add to the flooding problems, while potentially even causing damage to property along the edges of those streams and rivers. The flooding problems are going to develop today in portions of the Midwest, from just south of the snowfall zone down to parts of the Tennessee Valley. From there, issues will expand northeastward over the eastern Great Lakes region to the central and northern Appalachians. That was going to include areas with heavier snow on Thursday night. Now, the fact that it's going to be a fairly brief thaw and rain may prevent a widespread major flooding event and limit the problems to more of a moderate or localized nature in most of the region. However, along some stretches of the small streams and rivers, major flooding is probably going to be unavoidable, since the storm itself is forecast to lift northward across Canada, and an area of high pressure over the southern Atlantic is going to remain strong. The rain is likely to be somewhat abbreviated for much of the Carolinas to the mid-Atlantic and southeastern New England as that cold front accelerates off to the east. But you'll still see some downpours that are intense enough, and maybe even some thunder and lightning to bring some brief urban flooding, and obviously slowing down travel from the central and southern Appalachians. As we look toward Thursday night, we'll be talking the I-95 corridor, even for part of the Friday morning rush hour. Winds, the strong winds Thursday night to early Friday may cut off power to some neighborhoods, could bring trees down and block some streets and secondary roads. Just as quickly as we see these temperatures surging into the region Thursday evening, they will then do an about-face crashing from west to east Thursday night into Friday. That's your classic case of weather whiplash. As that cold air sweeps in behind the front, any wet, slushy areas will freeze across the Midwest and the interior Northeast. Icy travel likely to develop. And at the same time, the runoff will slow down. Water levels on the stream should stabilize. Now, water may continue to rise on some of the larger rivers from portions of Indiana and Ohio to northwest Pennsylvania, upstate New York, on into New England as we head into the weekend. All right, temperature going to slowly fall Friday from the eastern Great Lakes to the Appalachians. But after a warm start to the day east of the mountains, temperatures are expected to nosedive during the midday and afternoon hours. For example, in New York City, following a morning rush hour, well into the 50s. As the day progresses, temperatures are going to plummet into the 30s. All right, that's our rainy side of the storm. What about the severe weather potential? All right, this dynamic winter storm taking shape. It begun to take shape late this past afternoon, sweeping across the middle of the country, all manners of weather hazards, accumulating snow, dangerous ice, severe thunderstorms, and potential tornadoes. All right, up to a foot of snow is anticipated to fall from central Kansas to the thumb of Michigan. Some of our major metropolitan areas, Chicago, from late night tonight through Thursday. Again, it's just rain in the Chicago area right now, but pretty heavy rain. You don't have to get too far to the north, though. As I mentioned, Madison, Wisconsin is making that transition to snow as we speak, so the colder air is going to be pushing in. Winter storm warnings are in effect for parts of Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana. Winter storm watches in place from Oklahoma to west central Illinois. This one looks like a rather dynamic storm, the potential for some major impacts, several kinds: the heavy snow, significant ice, and the severe weather. In a broad zone of strong winds. In some locations, you may have thunder and lightning, even accompanying the snowfall, thunder snow. Where's Jim Cantrell? Cold air will allow a slice of steady snow to fall across Kansas and Oklahoma, all the way across the Great Lakes into Canada, where in excess of a foot of snow is expected. Travel's going to be slow dramatically. And that cold air, a big contrast to the weather that we've seen in many places across Kansas and Missouri this past day, Wednesday. You know, some of these places are going to see some very dramatic temperature swings. Eastern Kansas, like Topeka, you were at 65 degrees this past afternoon. By the time we get to Thursday evening, the temperature will crash to a low of 10 degrees. Yes, you're going from 65 Wednesday afternoon to 10 by Thursday night, and you could see 4 to 8 inches of snowfall there. Further south, say Fort Scott, a little city, fewer than 10,000 people, about 130 miles south of Kansas City. The day-to-day contrast will be even greater. Fort Scott hit a high of 68 this past afternoon. By Thursday night, your forecast low is 4 degrees. That's right, single digits. Along with that, there's going to be ice followed by snow, where you could pick up as much as 3 inches after that transition. The snow began to arrive in the plains as we speak. It's going to progress northeastward. Probably we'll see that transition, as I just mentioned, in Chicago sometime during our early morning hours this morning. Yeah, forecasters say the snow will expand into Detroit later today. 3 to 6 inches forecast for the Motor City. By Thursday evening, the flakes are going to be flying for places north of the U.S.-Canadian border, like Montreal and Quebec City, Quebec. On that northwestern edge of the storm, gusty winds will be picking up the snow, reducing visibility, localized whiteouts and blizzard conditions not out of the question. On the opposite end of the south and east, ice. We could see ice accretion up to 1/4 of an inch from southeastern Kansas to western Illinois. Obviously, travel conditions are going to become very difficult, and a lot of winds. Record-challenging warmth ahead of the storm will allow temperatures to be high enough in much of the southern plains, the middle Mississippi and Tennessee valleys, to allow precipitation to fall as rainfall rather than snow. But we could see 1 to as much as 4 inches of rain from northeastern Oklahoma to western New York, as far to the southeast as maybe northern Georgia. Even some locally higher amounts are possible. Snow already on the ground in any of those areas will melt with the warmth, And downpours could lead to some river and stream flooding. Remember, we did see some of that ice in parts of Tennessee last week. I think most of that's probably melted away by now. Yeah, I know outside the secret bunker, there were still some patches of snow and ice. This past morning, most of that has now disappeared. All right, there's a quick look at some of our travelers' weather. We'll keep an eye on things through the overnight hours tonight, again, as the potential exists for some severe weather to be breaking out. Wind advisories stretching from the Gulf Coast of Mississippi, Alabama, the western panhandle of Florida. Yeah, really pretty much nearly all of Alabama, most of Mississippi, eastern Arkansas. Wind advisories for the entirety of Tennessee, Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Ohio. By later on this afternoon, I can speak for our local forecast here. I was checking that out a bit earlier. But winds later Thursday afternoon and the evening, gusting 40 to 45 miles per hour, possibly even some 50 mile per hour gust for portions of southeastern Indiana, northeast and northern Kentucky, south central and southwest Ohio. Again, that's my local zone there. But all throughout those widespread areas I just mentioned, winds could gust to 55 miles per hour this afternoon. This is the advisory, let's see, out of Jackson, Kentucky. So this is like east central, northeast, south central, and southwestern Kentucky. The wind advisories kick in 9 o'clock this morning, 9 a.m. Thursday, and continue to 1 a.m. Friday morning. It's going to be a windy day, especially by later on this afternoon. All right, who we got checking in here? First out of the box. Hello to Todd. Heavy D's on board. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. There's Timothy. Richard checking in from Central Florida, 66 degrees. Steve, overlooking the Pacific Ocean, listening to Steve Sommers. I bet that's a pretty sight, huh? Let's see. Gerald says, Steve, I heard that John Christensen Trucking was sold to Hirschbach Trucking. I don't believe I've got that in my industry headlines, but I will undoubtedly do a check on that for you there. John, howdy y'all, checking in from warm, breezy Spring Hill, Tennessee tonight, 68 degrees at this late hour. And my AC is on in the sleeper. Yeah, stay safe tomorrow afternoon. Yes, they're talking potential tornado outbreak possible. Areas stretching from Nashville all the way to that Louisville to Lexington corridor there in Kentucky. Yes, that could be the severe weather zone later today. Heat wave where it's got snow in 33, Winslow, Arizona, making its way back to Albuquerque this morning. Mark watching the temperature drop from a beautiful 60 degrees sunny day. Partly cloudy, 38 degrees, with the forecast of rain turning to ice by morning, followed by snow later in the day, Thursday, Wichita, Kansas. You're going to see a little bit of everything there, Mark. You are correct. Joe, morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters enjoying this 46-degree weather here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Listening in, everybody be safe. Captain Ron checking in. We've got 60 degrees this evening at the Florida-Georgia line. Got a bright moon and a full belly. And the greatest show ever on the airwaves coming our way. Thank you, Captain Ron. Simplify. As usual, Mr. Q is listening in. Crazy Ray is on board. Brian says, I am present. Okay. Zorro on board. See, David said, YouTube no longer shows you on my homepage. Are they trying to silence this channel? I don't think we've got anything unusual going on. We had a 1-week suspension here a few weeks ago, but I have not yet been advised of anything going on with YouTube. Don't know. Hello to Pappy. Prayers for Knucklebuster and his daughter. Heard about that last night. Yeah, by the way, Hillary is a spy, a crook, and a disgrace to this country. Pappy, did you hear that Hillary spoke out for the first time this past day, trying to say that everything John Durham is saying is nonsense? That's nonsense. No. Yeah, what did you expect from Hillary? You think she's actually come out and say, okay, you got me, I did it. Yes. What difference does it make? It's been 5 years ago. What the hell? Hello from the Michigan Madman. Pouring rain here in Allegan, but better wet than what it's going to be in 24 hours. Yeah, 24 hours from now, it's going to be the white stuff. All right, we'll check in with some more of our listening friends coming up here. Meanwhile, get a quick timeout. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, that is our number. 844-844-3388. I do believe that number works from the USA and Canada. I don't know about heaven, though. Hello?
Hi-ho, Steverino.
How is this possible? Are you calling from heaven?
Wait a minute, John. I'm trying to talk to Steve. You just shut up and then I'll tell him. What? I know you're not dead. I'll tell him if you just wait a minute. Hi-ho, Steve. Hey, you know what?
Oh, no, what?
What?
No, you asked me. No, I don't know. What do you know?
Well, I don't know. You called me. What do you need me for?
Maverick, you're supposed to be. You're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to be in heaven.
How about that? I got a call from Good Wrench, and he called me yesterday, and somehow I missed his call. So today I got on my phone there, and I saw it, and I called Good Wrench, and I said, hi-ho. He goes, you're supposed to be dead. I said, well, that's news to me because I'm still here.
Maverick, all I can tell you is this is what you call the proverbial comedy of errors. It's the best way I can explain it. Someone got word that Maverick had passed away. Now, when I saw that, I said, I know there's more than one Maverick out there. Are we sure it's the Maverick we know? I mean, you remember years ago we had a California Maverick, and he passed away a few years ago, and there was another Maverick we know that went with us on one of our cruises. But anyway, so I think Gilligan saw that, and he posted it on the Overnight Drive page. Yeah, so Big Ed reads it thinking I posted it because it was on my Overnight Drive page. And, well, Gilligan calls Big Ed.
Can't believe anything Big Ed says anyhow.
I'm telling you. So Big Ed says, well, if Steve said it, I guess it's true. But I didn't say it, Maverick. I got to ask you a question, Maverick. Have you ever sat back and just if you ever sat back and thought to yourself, you know, when my time comes, I wonder if anybody will actually even miss me. Would anybody even notice?
Yeah.
Well,
I've sat there and I said, I know my family would, but I don't know that anybody else would.
Yeah. Well, you're one of the few people who can actually know definitively a lot of people would miss you. I mean, we were taking calls all night about, you know, people, you know, the stories you used to tell and how you made them laugh and how much they're going to miss you. But Maverick's still with us.
When did that happen? The last time I stayed up to listen to your program, I guess, has been, well, it has to be a year ago.
Well, I know you called in. You've called in, I think, a couple times, maybe once. I'm looking at the screen. I'm thinking it's showing this is just like the second time you would. So we have talked to you one time, and it was, you know, back earlier when we, you know, this is, I guess, is going back, because COVID was still in play, and you were talking about, you were kind of concerned about driving the bus anymore because at that point you weren't supposed to be within 6 foot of people and all that. I remember you telling us all that.
Yeah, I finally give the bus up, so I am fully retired. I don't even drive the bus anymore.
Well, here I was being all sad, saying I was so looking forward to seeing Maverick at the truck show in Louisville next month because it's been 3 years since we've had a chance to see everybody, and I wasn't going to get to see you.
Well, I'll make sure John comes with me then. Buddy.
That's good. That's good. Well, I mean, I guess it could be, it could have been worse. It could have been you, but I'm so glad to hear that it wasn't. So, yeah, my apologies for anyone out there that we might have scared.
It's one of those other pretender Mavericks. You know, I'm often imitated, buddy, but I'm often imitated, but
never duplicated.
You know what?
Never duplicated.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I know.
It's amazing how I go back into that character. I miss him, you know that?
Yeah, I know. We all do. We all do. I'm looking here. I got a message from the legendary Big Moose. He says, I've been screwed, blued, and tattooed, but this is the first time I've ever been duped. Making memories on the overnight drive.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you hear from, well, I hate to say it, the old gang too much anymore, or are they all about like me, just
there's
past and retired, and
a lot of them retiring, little by little, but I mean, we've kind of transitioned to a new cast of characters, but some of our old timers are still listening and out there.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I keep in touch with Good Ranch. A mechanic every once in a while will get in touch with me, but no, I'm pretty well settled down and trying to live out the rest of the years of my life.
Yes,
but
yes.
I'm still here for right now.
That's a good thing. I mean, everything.
I don't know how that got out.
You're doing all right health-wise and everything otherwise. Have you survived without getting COVID, or did you come down with it?
Oh, buddy, I'm telling you, when that COVID came around, it kind of scared me a little bit. And just as soon as the shots were available, my wife and I both went and got our 2 shots or a booster, and so, but still in all, we've been staying inside. The only place we go pretty much are the groceries and the doctors, and then once in a while we'll go out to my favorite place to eat, is Cracker Barrel or McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
If those 2 places ever go out, I'd starve to death. But as long as there's a Cracker Barrel or a McDonald's close by, I think I'm set pretty well.
Well, are you feeling confident that you think you'll be able to make it out, like down to the truck show in Louisville? Because I mean, I anticipate there's going to be a ton of people there this year. You think it'll be okay?
I'm hoping it's going to be okay. The Kentucky, I think, is going to lift the mask ban. You probably know more about that than I do. And I plan on being there. The only problem I got, Steve, is I guess I got plantar fasciitis or whatever you call it, and neuropathy. I'm developing that in my feet that, walking after so long of a time, my feet just start burning.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to stay off of them as much as I possibly can. I tell you what, if I come to the front door and give you a call, will you send up a go-kart or something?
We'll find a way to get you back to the booth, because we're not going to be where we've been in the past. After all those years, we're going to be in the north wing. So we'll be back in there with the heart of things rather than up in the lobby.
Boy, going to move you to the back again, huh?
Well, I don't know. I think it might be a better location, actually, because there's going to be, a lot more people back there versus so many people have missed finding us up there in that lobby. They didn't know those booths were up there. They'd come in from the west wing or come in from the back door and never, go out those doors out front, not realizing we were even out there.
Well, when it first started with your dad, Bozo,
all the way in the back. Yes, I remember those are going back a few years, but yeah, I remember those days.
A little old booth, I guess it was maybe a 6x8 place that he had, and next to those double doors that everybody kept going in and out.
Oh my. Well, Maverick, I'm so glad you're still with us. We'll all be looking forward to seeing you. And like I said, just a comedy of errors that led to us thinking you had met your demise.
When was this, if I may ask?
Well,
last week sometime? Or
no, so supposedly, I guess it was somebody made a post on Facebook on, Thursday morning? So it would have been Tuesday. And then Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. It was last night's show when it came up. Someone mentioned it on the air, and I initially said, "Well, are we sure? Are we sure it's this Maverick?" Because, and that's because I said I saw the post on Facebook, but I couldn't confirm it, and I thought I don't have Goodwrench's number. I don't have Maverick's number. I didn't have any way to try to confirm anything. So. But I never said you were dead. I was told you were dead.
Well, I'm still here, Steve.
I'm glad to hear it.
Hey, you know what?
You know what? I bet I could guess.
I gotta go now.
I knew that. All right, so we'll get our news break. What can I say? I'm a little red in the face, but, everybody can point a finger this way, that way. I think it was Scotty said, who would have ever figured there's more than one Maverick out here driving truck? Somewhere there is a Maverick that passed, but it's not our Maverick, not our Maverick and John. So, we can all say thank the Lord with that, right? A little behind here. News break, and we'll get back to your calls here on a Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Hillary Clinton broke her silence Wednesday on Twitter, commenting on special counsel John Durham's investigation and reports it supports claims of spying on Donald Trump. In a brief tweet, Clinton insisted Vanity Fair had published a good debunking of allegations that her 2016 presidential campaign had indirectly funded efforts to spy on White House servers and the Trump campaign. Clinton dismissed those claims as the, quote, latest nonsense from the political right. A new Politico poll shows President Biden's continued struggle to win support from the American people, with just 43% expressing approval of Biden's job performance. Biden's approval on the pandemic was even worse. Just 39% approved of the president's handling of the pandemic. 49% of registered voters want mask mandates lifted. This is USA Radio News.
Have you stopped taking your statin? Over half of people will stop taking a statin in the first year due to muscle pain. Marley Drug offers the next generation statin, pitavastatin, which is different from most statins and has low rates of muscle pain. With a prescription, you can get pitavastatin for $1 a day. No insurance needed. Stop putting up with statin pain and call Marley Drug at 800-460-2510. That's 800-460-2510 or go to marleydrug.com.
Not available in Vermont or Alabama.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.com. Sommers.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Buster Brown checking in this morning. Good to have you on board. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia once again, 56. Did you hear the story about the trucker being shot 3 times on I-75 between Kennesaw and Ackworth? Between the 273 and 277 mile marker. Shooter took off. Don't know if they got him, and I don't know the status of the driver. This is about 6 miles from my home. Yeah, I was on I-75, saw a bunch of police cars headed north. His dog was in the truck, they say, ran away during all the chaos. So please have drivers on 75, keep an eye out. I'll post this on your website. Got his picture. I guess that's the dog, right? And info. Anyway, have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. I had not heard that story, Buckeye Boy, so thank you much. Send us what info you've got. We'll pass it on. Gilligan checking in. Warm. A real light shower in Dublin, Virginia tonight. 49 degrees. Big Ed lied. Mavericks alive and well. We've been duped. No, Big Ed. Big Ed thought I said it. And I just because I guess it was on the Overnight Drive page. And said, no, I say for the I don't post a whole lot on the Overnight Drive page, actually. I most of my posts are on the Steve Summers official page. Steve Summers, Sommers, by the way. But hey, for what it's worth, all's well that ends well. No harm, no foul. Yes, and happy. Mavericks alive and well. Eskimo Mom, howdy from Kentucky. I love the warmth. I wish the wind machine would get turned down, though. Yeah, sadly, Eskimo Mom, it's only going to get turned up as we progress through the day, much higher than we're dealing with tonight. Hello to the One Stack Mac. Beautiful weather in Philly tonight. I saw coming out the PA Turnpike, a section on I-276 East closed from the 333 to 339. I'm not sure if this was west as well. I heard a tanker was involved. I don't have more info on that one. I do have a couple of scenarios. One was in I believe the Houston area this past day that shut down a section of interstate. 3 big trucks involved. Fire that damaged the interstate. And there was a tanker crash as well this past morning. Long Island, New York, that created a massive fire. But I'll pass that info on as we get rolling here. Let's see, John with us tonight. Looper, 50 degrees, breezy, overcast here in Buffalo, Niagara Falls tonight. Temps about to drop like a lead balloon through the overnight hours, though. Yes, it is. Malibu checking in from Findlay, Ohio this morning. Jim says, sounds like I'm headed for some winter weather fun. Fresno, Ohio to Wisconsin. Anyway, thanks for the weather report there, Steve. Everybody be safe out there. Yes, indeed. High Tech checking in. Canadian government now threatening to take away people's children. That is a true story, High Tech. Yes, they're actually going around, I guess, passing out pamphlets to those protesters that remain in Ottawa, notifying them that you better find alternative care for those that have children there. That when the when the police come in rounding you up, you're going to be possibly separated from your children. And I've got the full story, but it's part of this whole Emergency Powers Act they've got that could actually take the damn kids away. Insane. You know, Justin Trudeau has gone off the charts, off the rails. Things not looking good for him right now either. Anyway, let's see who else we got here. Danny said, hey, my YouTube's working fine. We've got 54 degrees here in Northern Virginia. Shout out to Joe. We know you're listening. Rather than complaining about things, how about you just give us a call? How about you give it a try? Call into the program. Okay. Yeah, what else we got? Papa Rock checking in, going through Texarkana, Arkansas. Cloudy, windy, light rain at times. Everybody have a good night out there. Glad Maverick's back with us from up above. Copying the mail, Chevy guy. Lois on board, thank goodness. Maverick, where's John? Lois Lane, retired. Okay, Billy's on board. The 15 car says, Big Moose, you either need to call earlier or I need to stay up later. I haven't heard you in a while. Have you been keeping it betwixt the spotted and the solid? And not that he's kind of a retired guy, we don't hear from him a whole lot like we used to, do we? Are you with me?
I'm with you now. Steve, my God, I was laughing through that whole phone call. You're right, it was a comedy of errors, and I'll tell you one thing, and Maverick, if you're still listening, be thankful that Doc Holliday did not get hold of this information, because that scallywag would have started a damn GoFundMe for you, just so he could have got some gambling money. And it was all innocent, Maverick. You know he would have, Steve. But let me tell you how I got sucked into it, all right?
Okay.
I got to defend my good name, Steve. I'm an honest man, and Gilligan is trying to besmirch my
throw you under the bus.
Well, I was out working yesterday, all right, and I was on several different drilling rig locations, and I left my phone turned off. I just happened to be checking. I'd flipped my phone on and just happened to be looking and checking things. And I seen this post, and it said Steve Sommers. That's all I seen, Steve Sommers. And it was talking about Maverick had passed. And I thought that was your post. But then I seen well, maybe I ain't for sure. But so, and then later on, I went on to turn the phone off. Later on, Gilligan sent me a message. Was that the Maverick called into the show? And without thinking, I said, yes, that's apparently so. The old gang's leaving one by one. I said, but let me verify it. Because the way I seen it, you said it, so it must be fact.
Uh-oh.
See, I take your word.
Man. Yeah, I hear you.
So at that point, I turned my phone off again. And then when I got done last night, I kicked it on, and he said, gosh, he said, and Gilligan said, man, I feel so bad. He says, I wanted to meet Maverick. And he said, man, it just breaks my heart. And I said, well, let me get a hold of Good Ranch. Make sure that Maverick's dead before we say he's dead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I'm laughing, because you know what Bill Cunningham used to do to your dad. Bounce on the radio, he had passed.
I believe on three separate occasions he had died, yes.
Yeah, and Bill will do it on his show, which, you know, he had a national syndicate. I mean, all the condolences would start pouring in like nobody's business, and take your old poor dad by surprise, you know? Well, so then finally, when I got over to Good Ranch, he said, I tried to call Maverick's number, he didn't answer. He said, so I guess he's gone. So then I told Gilligan, well, yeah, he's gone. And on that post, I'd put "damn it" because it upset me. And
Yeah,
I had
right,
a bad
right.
damn day
Yeah,
yesterday
yeah.
because of that. You know, and so when this morning, Good Ranch called me and he said, "Guess who called me?" I said, "Maverick."
Maverick. Yep.
He said, "Maverick's alive." Well, but Gilligan, you know, I wasn't trying to dupe nobody. It was just all innocent, and poor old Gilligan got. I more or less told Gilligan, "Hey, if you don't want to play in my kitchen, buddy, it's liable to get hot in my kitchen."
No doubt. Yeah.
But I didn't do it on purpose. And when I posted this evening, I was still under the assumption that you had stated that. That's why I more or less called you a dirty bird for.
See, that's why you weren't listening last evening when I first got the message. I said I saw the message, but I don't know if that's our Maverick or not. I mean, until I could confirm it.
Well, I went back and played it and listened to it tonight, and then I don't know. Good Lord.
Yeah.
But if you want to point the stink at somebody, it's Gilligan that's stinking the crowd. I'll remind you, Gilligan hangs around that dirty, no good lug glut Louie.
Yeah. And Dimebag Denny.
That bunch. Yes. So that's how I got. And I'm retired, Steve. You know, I'm one of the old gang that Maverick talking about, and I just got sucked into it innocently. Now that's the truth, and I'm sticking to it. Hello.
Well, maybe we can all give each other a hug. You can give Maverick a hug when we get to Louisville.
Yeah, I'm planning on being over there.
Well,
I got to tell you,
don't be bringing any of your shenanigans, no damn Jack in the Box and Hammer with the Hummer and all that crap down there this time.
Boy, Steve, we've had some good times on this show, and Gilligan, welcome to the crowd, buddy. You got sucked into it. Something that'll go down in our history books, and like you said, you got a new cast of characters. And welcome to the crowd. It's all fun. We love and respect each other, and that's what it's all about. But I'm sure Maverick enjoy looking or listening to all the condolences he got.
Uh-huh.
Like you said, now if something happens to me, Steve, and you announce that I pass early when I haven't, start a GoFundMe, and buddy, we'll split the proceeds.
You're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're evil, Ed.
Steve, I love you. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Are you with me? It's about 5 before the hour. I'll be right back.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What did he say? Yeah, public service announcement from the Big Moose. If you think a truck driver's passed away, be sure to poke them with a stick because most of them aren't dead. They just smell that way. Ah, Moose. Better watch out. Good morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive Nation Rambler checking in. I-65 northbound. Again, headed to Montgomery today. All right. David said, morning, Steve. Hey, I really enjoyed that show with Kyle last Friday morning. I'm using the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Thank you very much. There's the Shadow Artist checking in from Brooksville this morning. Let's see. Rambler chimed in. He also said, hey, today, February 17, makes 1 year that talk radio host icon Rush Limbaugh passed away. Yeah, I'll check in later. Now that we've got Maverick back from the dead, let's see if we can wake Hollywood up and call in. Good old Hollywood. Tell him y'all are going to be playing disc golf, and he'll wake up. And still praying for Pappy's daughter, Mercedes, and Knucklebuster's daughter. Thank you very much. Marianne, shout out to the Hot Shot Secret Steve Summers Overnight Drive Nation. Are you with me? So glad to hear from Maverick. Steve, on our way to Charlotte, North Carolina. Drop and hook, then it's back to DeKalb. Safe travels for you out there. All right, who we got coming up here? It's, the world-famous Cool Breeze is on the line. We'll hear from Captain Kirk going to be checking in. High Tech, the Big Moose. And more to come after this as we make our way into a Thursday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Hillary Clinton broke her silence Wednesday on Twitter, commenting on special counsel John Durham's investigation and reports it supports claims of spying on Donald Trump. In a brief tweet, Clinton insisted Vanity Fair had published a good debunking of allegations that her 2016 presidential campaign had indirectly funded efforts to spy on White House servers and the Trump campaign. Clinton dismissed those claims as the, quote, latest nonsense from the political right. A new Politico poll shows President Biden's continued struggle to win support from the American people, with just 43% expressing approval of Biden's job performance. Biden's approval on the pandemic was even worse. Just 39% approved of the president's handling of the pandemic. 49% of registered voters want mask mandates lifted. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items too at mypillow.com.
The law requires the Biden administration to reveal the human job losses from the XL Keystone Pipeline cancellation.
Several lawmakers sent a letter to President Biden's Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm, demanding she complies with the law requiring her agency to disclose the number of jobs lost when Biden ended the Keystone XL pipeline. The Keystone XL pipeline was projected to provide approximately 11,000 jobs. And roughly $800 million in wages were extinguished with the stroke of Biden's pen. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Police in Canada's capital are telling protesting truckers who have hunkered down in that city for more than 2 weeks it's time to leave. Meanwhile, the last of the truck blockades at the U.S.-Canadian border has come to an end. Authorities say the final blockaders have left Emerson, Manitoba, and the crossing into North Dakota has reopened. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Used car prices continue to rise, and the ripple effects could be felt for quite some time.
The price of used cars is revving up even faster than new cars, and experts are sounding the alarm. According to Edmunds.com data, a 3-year-old Dodge Grand Caravan is worth more than $25,000 today, up 69% from a year ago. The high prices are being fueled by a global computer chip shortage, increased labor and production costs, as well as supply chain delays. Edmunds.com senior manager of Insights, Ivan Drury, telling Fox Business, due to the price hikes, people are having to finance used cars even longer.
We're already looking at extremely long loan terms, averaging 70 months. That's new and used. Used vehicles are going $500 a month on average. So this isn't just a here and now problem. If you purchase something now and you've got to borrow money, it's going to play out for years down the road.
That's Tim Berg reporting from the Phoenix Bureau. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is expected to loosen guidance on indoor masking as early as next week. This as COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations continue to drop. In a press briefing on Wednesday, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky said the agency is examining new metrics for relaxing pandemic guidance, including masks, and would deliver that updated guidance soon. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Round number 2 here on a Thursday morning. What's going to be a very active weather day? I'll give you more on that coming up here. Let's get back to the calls. Packed and stacked here. Hello to the Cool Breeze.
Hello, Steve Areno. Hi ho, Steve Areno. I'm still alive.
That's what Maverick always said. Now, well, we didn't accuse you of kicking the bucket.
Well, somebody had me dead at one time too. You remember that?
Really?
Yeah. And I called in. I hadn't called in a little while. I said, "I'm alive, Steve. I'm still alive."
Okay.
I'm glad Rick is still hanging in there too. I'm glad he's retired. I retired about 5 years ago. I'm glad to be retired, and big hi to Big Ed out there. Hadn't heard from him in a while.
Yep.
And it's sure glad to hear Maverick and Little John in there. That was why I tuned in tonight. I know why I tuned in now.
So what's been happening down in your neck of the woods? Anything exciting there in Tampa, Florida?
Well, we got the big old Florida State Fair going on here right now. That's where I spent the day at today.
Really?
It was up to a sparkling crystal clear day today, a beautiful day to be at the fair. Got up to about 85, and I think the overnight low is only going to be about 65 tonight. I'm rubbing it in, aren't I? Oops.
I always thought state fairs were a summertime kind of thing. I guess with your weather down there, you could do a state fair anytime, though.
Well, this is where all the carnies come down here in the wintertime, because we still have, we got the Florida State Fair right here in beautiful Tampa, Florida, till the 21st. And then over into February, I don't even remember what day it is half the time. I'm doing really good to remember what month it is. But over into March, we got the Strawberry Festival in Plant City. Mm-hmm. And then it just kept on from there. There's a local Pasco County Fair. It follows that, and it just goes on and on and on. This is where all the carnies come in the wintertime. Uh-huh. Down there in Gibbstown, it's there's nothing but the carny people. That's where they live, and that's where they winter at. It's actually used to be the location of down in Sarasota, is where the Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey circus and the circus train and all that. That's where they used to come back to in the wintertime. Mm-hmm. In beautiful Bikini State. So I hear it's a little chilly up there. 8 degrees, did I hear? Or 10? Oh my God!
Well,
How do you live in weather like that?
We've had that. It's right now. It's 58 outside the secret bunker. We're all probably almost as warm as you right now.
That's true. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Wow. Huh. Still got that funny white stuff that comes down out of the air down on the ground, right?
Right. That's all melted away here. 2 nights ago, it was like 20 degrees at this hour, so we've had a big warm-up, and I think we're supposed to be back down into the upper teens, low 20s by Friday night. It's just you talk about weather whiplash.
Yeah, really. Wow. This has been one heck of a winter, huh?
It has been, yes.
It's a good year not to be driving out there in it. I can remember one winter, I was coming across from Memphis and come over into Nashville, and then I was following right on up 81 up Tennessee and Virginia, and the snow, once I hit Nashville, the snow started coming down, and it just followed all the way. And I was running along with about 4 or 5 other trucks, and we were running a whole 30 or 35 mile an hour all the way up through there. And I finally got out of it and was lucky enough to get up in a truck stop up in there somewhere and found one open space where somebody had just pulled out and shut it down for the night. Didn't even get out of the truck. I just crawled. I got the truck parked in there in that one spot that I found, and went and crawled back to the sleeper. That was it. I was out. And the next morning there was a foot of snow on top of the truck.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, you're lucky.
Snowed all night.
Lucky you found that place to park.
Yes, I was very fortunate. I think I met the guy coming out that had just vacated. I was real lucky. The next morning, get up, eat breakfast, everything, and I headed on up 81 there, and I counted 9 semi-trucks run off the side of the road, either slid off in the median or slid off the side of the road, flipped over, and they were just sitting there. There's nobody trying to work on them, get them out. They just, I guess the guys got out of there somehow, and they just left the trucks to pull out later when it went in the light. You know, you can't do nothing at night with that kind of thing, but counted 9 trucks slid off going up the road. I'm so glad that I didn't keep going. I was so glad that I, had enough sense to get out of it and get some sleep,
Yep.
But it gets you to thinking, you keep trying to hammer. You get a dispatcher in your head saying, oh, you got to be there by 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., whatever. No, if it's not safe, don't do it, guys. It's the best thing I can tell you. If it's not safe, just don't even proceed. Just pull off. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth your life or anybody else's life, and it's not worth any kind of cargo you're carrying.
Yep. And over the next 24, 48 hours, there's going to be a lot of drivers having to make just that decision because there's a broad stripe of real estate, numerous states where they're looking for potentially a foot of snow with this storm. Thank you so much. The world-famous Cool Breeze checking in this morning. Let me grab the Big Moose. Urgent news from the Big Moose. What's happening?
Oh, buddy, we got bad happenings up in my neighborhood. I went to go get me some cigarettes and some gasoline there earlier.
Yes, sir.
Swiped my debit card, declined. What's going on? So I called the bank. I said, hey, what's going on? My card ain't working. I'm trying to get some gasoline, some cigarettes. They said, well, some fella named Gilligan called and said you was dead, and some other clown named Ed something called and confirmed it, so we just canceled your account. I said, that's about right, So you know what I did? I would turnabout's fair play. I said, y'all still got them introductory low offers on them credit cards? They said, yeah, what's the name you want put on there? I said, Steve Sommers.
Oh, no.
So I got my $1,500 credit, and I filled the bus up. So when you get that bill, you might want to brace yourself.
Oh, boy. What are friends for, Big Moose?
Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you, buddy. No, yeah, leave it to that bunch. I tell you, old Ed, he can stir crap when there ain't none to stir. I'm telling you. I think Gilligan's his protege. I think that both of them got a new boat order for Christmas to stir that crap pot with.
Oh, boy.
No, but I just had to chime in there and give everybody a little bit of hell this morning.
Well, everybody
everybody
looks forward to hearing from you, Moose. We don't get to hear from you as much. We kind of miss you here overnight.
Well, I'll see what I can do. And all kidding aside, our buddy Philip from down there in FLA, USA.
Yes.
I don't know if he's listened to this or not, but if he calls in later, pass this along to him. I am retired, relieved, and rejoicing. Do not call my ass at 3 o'clock in the damn morning. I staggered up there, one eye open, and I said, what in the world is that phone going off? Said, it's Philip. I just flipped it over and went back to sleep. He going to have to call me at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, not 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, there you go.
And unless there's blood and hair on the wall, don't call me at 3 o'clock in the damn morning. You can call me any time during banker's hours.
Okay. Well, those were the days you used to be out there all night long, Moose.
Yeah, I know it, Dale. I know it. Yeah, I don't miss them at all. Yeah, I don't miss that crap at all. Having to find a parking spot or having to wait in a dang fuel island to get fuel or have to take a shower in some shack operated by some Bedouin butt wipe with mushrooms growing in the corner of the shower stall. I don't miss none of that crap,
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out and hanging on. No, I just sitting here and just got about half-faced on Milwaukee Holy Water. And I said, well, I better call and give him some crap. I ain't talked to him in a while, but planning on coming down to truck show. And I know Ed's going to come up. Tex is going to be there. And Gouger's coming, as far as I know. So
yeah.
We'll have us a big time at the truck show. And, but yeah, I kind of fell out of touch with everybody since I've been solar powered here lately. But, if you hear any rumors, run them by me first and we'll see if we can't exaggerate them a little bit.
I have to, inquiring minds want to know, Moose, how did you end up underneath the refrigerator?
Okay. All right. Now let me go back and predate this a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
Farmer. Farmer used to call in all the time. Used to haul cement up to Indiana.
Yeah.
All right. His neighbor down there butchered a beef cow, so I bought a quarter of it. Well, I didn't have no place to put a quarter beef, so what I had to do, I had to go find me a freezer. So I looked all over. Finally, a Rural King had one. It wasn't exactly what I wanted, but in a pinch, it'll work. So I went down there, and I never thought nothing about it. They had a couple of geeks on a tow motor, put it in the back of my truck, and I got up to the house, and I'm thinking, how in the world am I going to get this thing out back of that truck? Because I didn't have no help, So anyway, I found me an old board. I said, well, I just prop that old board up there and I'll just ease that thing, just kind of slide it down the board. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was all lashed over and, wasn't real good footing anyway. But anyway, I started heaving that thing down, and it's a couple 300 pounds anyway, and it had a big old Gaylord box and a skid under it, So I started easing that thing about halfway down that old 2x4 went crack, and that thing landed right in my lap. And when it did, I staggered back, and one foot went one way and one foot went the other way. And I landed on the softest part, and I finally managed to roll it off of me. And of course, I bounced right back up like a jackrabbit, make sure nobody didn't see what had happened.
Right.
And as soon as I found out nobody saw what happened, I went in the back of the building and cried for 2.5 hours. And then I laid around there, stove up all day, and I finally went up there to the urgent care, or whatever you want to call it, and they give me a shot of what was that stuff? Some kind of muscle relaxer, and give me some of that high-speed chicken feed. So I sat around there, kind of nursed them wounds a little bit, but it was all well that ends well. The moral of the story is, don't think you can unload one of them things by yourself. Get some help.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, normally, if I ever needed help, I'd want somebody as big Moose helping me, because I would think you just pick the damn thing up and set it down for me.
Well, I probably could have if it hadn't been in that box that was stapled to the skid. I think that's what got me in trouble. It was kind of awkward. Wasn't really no good way to grab it, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. Wow. Well, I'm glad you're okay anyway.
Hey, I tell you what, since we're picking on Gilligan tonight a little bit, I've got a Gilligan-esque joke for you, if you'll permit me.
Lay it on us.
Why did the seaman cross the road?
Well, to get to the other side.
No, because I put on the wrong socks. Hey, keep it trade spotted to solid. I'm 10-10 until we do it again.
All right. Thank you, Moose. Great to hear from you. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, right back at it here. Let's jump over to high tech. I got your story from the Canadian Broadcast Corporation. That is just the headline says protesters who come to Ottawa risk being tied to dangerous criminal activity, and they warn parents of potential police action where they could actually separate the parents from the kids.
Right. Well, I got a little bit of other inside information, which is not too inside. There's a guy that's he goes by Canadian Prepper. He runs a emergency preparedness supply store up there in Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
And he got a call today from the Canadian Red Cross and bought out his entire supply, his entire warehouse of emergency MREs to be shipped to Ottawa. And it has to be, they want it there within 48 hours. So I'm guessing that's about the time that storm's supposed to be through there.
So are you...
Isn't that about the timing the storm's supposed to be over with in Ottawa? About 2 days?
Sounds about right, yeah. So, I mean, what is this? Are you insinuating this is for the truckers that are planted to... No.
No, that's for the concentration camp that they're going to put them all in.
Oh,
okay. The Red Cross does not do the stuff for the truckers. The Red Cross in Canada is an arm of the government. Yes, that's what that's for. So 48 hours or whenever that storms, it sounds like they're getting ready to do something. Otherwise, why would they buy out a whole warehouse full of MREs and have it shipped to Ottawa?
Well, the initial story...
I put the link to the video. He goes by Canadian Prepper.
Okay.
I put it on the Facebook thing there, but there's nothing written. You have to listen to it, and you can't do that on the show. But there was that. And anyway, I just thought I'd get in there and say there's a little bit of confirmation of something. You know, why would they order a warehouse full of MREs? So they're planning something, and I don't know how big. He didn't never say how big his warehouse is, so there's no telling how many he had. But the way he talked about it, that he wasn't the only one they were calling. They were trying to gather up all the emergency food they could and ship it to Ottawa.
Very interesting. So the plot kind of thickens.
Yep. It's going to be But you know what? I want all y'all drivers out here in the United States to look what's going on, because that's the exact same thing the left wants to do to everybody down here. And I found the History Channel archive of December 3rd, 1973 was the start or the last of the big trucker thing in the United States. That's where the song Convoy and all that stuff came out of. So it all started, according to the History Channel, December 3rd, 1973. River Rat, the historical River Rat, pulled his truck in the middle of I think it was I-80 and shut it down, got on the CB and started raising a stink.
So if you're not essentially,
I put that link in.
If you're not about 60 years old, you probably have no recollection of it, because, I mean, we're going back 50 years. Most out there have no idea that the truckers have ever stuck together.
Yeah, well, that's what. Well, it wasn't too long after that they supposedly deregulated, which it just busted up the unions and everything, and it turned it into one big free-for-all. But you know what? That's also the same time they got rid of the license for the CB, so anybody could get on the CB, and the Channel 19 turned into Sesame Street.
Yeah.
So it just. Hey, I got one thing that I would like to request you play on the air, and I think it's old enough where you won't get a copyright strike.
Okay.
Paul Harvey, remember him?
Oh yeah.
If I was the devil.
Yes.
That would be that would be an excellent thing for you to put on while you're taking a restroom break. Anyway, that's all I got for you tonight. I'll call back with more useless.
Thank you, High Tech. All those years back, I don't know exactly what year that was when Paul Harvey recorded that, but it literally runs chills up and down your spine. Yeah, to hear what he says, because what he was predicting, coming down the line. What if the government did this? What if the government did that? What if they did this? And pretty much all of them have essentially come to fruition in the United States of America. If I were the devil. Hey, real quick, let me see. I got to get the news break here. Captain Kirk, I'll get to you next, though. I know you've been hanging in there patiently, and I don't know if you're going to be up all night driving or you just stayed up late to chat with us. Federal government in Canada earlier this week invoked the Emergencies Act, first time since its passage in 1988. Giving the government new powers to address the protesters there, including the authority to ban travel to protest zones and to prohibit people from bringing minors to, quote, unlawful assemblies. Well, this past day, police began handing out notices to protesters that are still there, warning them, you must leave the area now. All right, many of the blockaded crossings have, I guess, been dismantled along the border areas, but the protest in Ottawa now continues for like 20 days now. And when the weekends roll around, the protests swell into the thousands of people. To those who may be thinking to come to Ottawa this weekend, don't, says Mendocino. At best, the residents have made it clear that this is not the time, and at worst, you may be tying yourself to dangerous criminal activity. The Children's Aid Society of Ottawa put out a statement Wednesday, urging parents at the demonstration to make arrangements, alternate care arrangements, should you become unable to care for your children following potential police action. There is a mandate to protect a child when their parent becomes unavailable to exercise their custodial rights over the child, and the parent has not made adequate provision for the child's care and custody. If parents and children are separated following police efforts in ending the demonstration in the downtown core, CASO will work to reunite families as soon as possible. The new measures that went into effect on Monday prohibit public assemblies that disrupt the movement of people, goods, and trade, or that support the threat or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property. There is none of that going on. There's no threats. There's no violence. It's been peaceful. They're just there waving their flags. Well, what in the United States we would call our constitutional rights, which they don't have to begin with. And now with the Emergency Powers Act, which I've heard some in the media referring to, I guess, I didn't think it was quite equivalent to martial law, but that's pretty much what it is in Canada. The Emergencies Act allows for the regulation or prohibition of travel to, from, or within any specified area. That's pretty much martial law. That means anyone coming to Ottawa for the purpose of joining the ongoing demonstration is breaking the law. Measures include fines amounting to thousands of dollars or jail time for those bringing children under the age of 18 to participate in unlawful assembly. The same penalties for anyone who participates in the blockades or brings aid, such as food or fuel, to people involved. A ban on foreign nationals entering Canada to participate in or facilitate an illegal assembly. Authorization for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to enforce municipal and provincial laws. Authorization for banks and insurance companies to freeze participants' accounts and cancel their vehicle insurance. Those in violation face a fine of up to $500 on summary conviction or imprisonment for 6 months. An indictment comes with a $5,000 fine and up to 5 years in jail. The measures define the protected areas where protesters cannot go as Parliament Hill, the Parliamentarian Precinct, hospitals, airports, trade corridors, bridges, and the area around infrastructure for water, gas, sanitation, and telecommunication facilities or utilities. Sounds like they're planning to go in and literally begin rounding people up. And where are they going to put them? Back in a moment, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Canadian House of Commons erupted in shouts of condemnation on Wednesday after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau replied to a Jewish member of Parliament by stating this.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative Party members can stand with people who wave swastikas. They can stand with people who wave the Confederate flag. We will choose to stand with Canadians who deserve to be able to get to their jobs, who be able to get their lives back. These illegal protests need to stop, and they will, Mr. Speaker.
Trudeau has doubled down on members of the Freedom Convoy in recent days. And here in the States, the CDC is expected to loosen guidance on indoor masking as early as next week, citing a drop in COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations. This is USA Radio News.
Do your pets have the same energy they used to? Do they have problems with itching, scratching, a dull coat, or goopy ears? Then your pets need Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com.
For over 20 years, pet owners have trusted Dinovite to supplement their pet's diet.
We started Dinovite, and in our first box, we noticed a difference.
Dinovite is an all-natural daily supplement made from whole foods that help support your pet's immune system, digestion, skin, and coat.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
Today's commercial pet foods are processed at high temperatures, which bakes out all the essential goodness. These processed foods can lack the essential vitamins, enzymes, and probiotics that contribute to overall good health. Adding a scoop of Dinovite to your pet's food bowl is the answer.
If you love your pets as much as I do, you want to do what's best for them to live long, healthy, happy lives. I have 2 cats and 2 dogs. All 4 of them are on the Dinovite.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So, just the beginning of what's probably going to be a long 24 hours of severe weather watches, warnings. Starting to see some of our first severe weather reports coming in out of west central Texas. Handful of counties there right now under severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm, this line of storms is moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. 70 mile per hour winds, penny-sized hail. Haskell County, Jones County, Shackelford, and Throckmorton counties, all those in west central Texas. But I mean, moving at 65 miles, no highway speeds. You can't even outrun the darn thing. TNCradio.live each morning. When we wrap things up here at 5 a.m., you get encore broadcasts of some of the other featured programming. Coming up Friday morning, America's Truckin' Sweetheart immediately follows our program. Marcia Campbell takes us back in time each week to a different decade, live from the Grand Ole Opry, after which it's Captain Kirk, Tom Kirk, a driver with well over 1 million safe miles, who interviews the common and maybe not so common people who've made their careers in the world of trucking. This week's guest will be a guy by the name of Sludge, the popular driver from the television show Outback Truckers. And this is the Captain Kirk who will be interviewing Sludge. Now, your program actually runs during the afternoon there on, is it Thursday afternoon? Then you get the encore later on Friday morning, correct? Welcome aboard, Captain Kirk.
Thank you very much, Steve. It's actually Thursday evening. Marcia, a real good friend of mine, is the lead into my show. She comes on at 6 Central, 7 Eastern, and I've got 7 Central, 8 Eastern for my show. But you can hear me whether or not you want to most days from 8 to 10 Central and 4 to 6 as I join the rest of the TNC crew for news, traffic, weather, commentary from the road, and pretty much whatever they need to do that day. Somehow or another, when I joined TNC, it was just going to be as an occasional guest to give commentary from the road. And somehow or another, I do 4 hours of live radio a day.
Wow, how about that? So what you're getting on Friday morning is what they call the encore broadcast from Thursday night. You get the repeat. If you want to catch it live, catch it Thursday evening. If you miss it Thursday evening, catch it Friday morning for the encore.
Exactly, and that interview with Sludge was a lot of fun. He's one of those characters that would fit right in with the old crew from the ATN days or the new crew from now. Real character, lots of fun. I would actually like to see him and Monkey Goucher get together just to see if they could understand each other talk.
Okay.
Between their accents, that would be a fun conversation. And you throw in maybe somebody like Alex Devigorsky with his
Yep,
Canadian
yep.
accent. And I'd just like to see if the three of those could communicate. The rest of us would just sit around and enjoy that conversation. That's all I can say. But no, in all seriousness, that show was a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun interviewing some of the ATN members. We've already aired crew chiefs. Brain Deads will be coming up here in a little bit. I still got to get a hold of Grump to finish up his and do some more work with Lobster, among others. So slowly but surely, we're going to work our way through a bunch of people that may be familiar to drivers, but a lot of other people that maybe you're not as familiar with, whether it's, people like Uncle Pete that runs Uncle Pete's Truck Stop down in Lebanon, Tennessee, and some of the other people that just kind of, has interesting stories to share, but, without them, trucking would not be what it is today, or in some cases be even possible. So it should be a lot of fun, and I know I've had a lot of fun doing this show, but I'll tell you what, Steve, I never realized what hard work radio was till I got behind the microphone.
Well, there you go. It's not as easy just sitting down and talking, right?
No, it is not. And I mean, even on the days where they just kind of toss me softball conversations, at a certain point you start asking yourself, have I told this story before, or am I getting too repetitive? And yeah, it's not easy at all. But from our vast research department at TNC Radio, made up of retired NASA scientists that hang out in Tom Kelly's garage, that we occasionally feed some Spam and Tang when they get hungry. We've got some updates on that JCT Hirschbach news for you.
Okay.
It does look like they have been sold to Hirschbach for an undisclosed amount. This news broke very late on Wednesday. I've pulled the information off of FreightWaves. I think they broke it around 9 p.m., give or take a little bit, last night. So
Okay.
this was a story that came in real late in the day on Wednesday, but it does look like they were bought. The amount wasn't disclosed, but that will give them approximately 3,000 power units, and I think somewhere is a little over 5,000 trailers, if I remember my numbers correctly.
Okay. Seems like we've been seeing kind of a flurry of mergers, acquisitions kind of stuff in recent weeks. For a few years, there wasn't a whole lot of that going on. So is that a trend you think we're seeing?
I think there was some of it that started at a couple different points last year once things started stabilizing a little bit in the pandemic. And there was a lot of talk about different companies being shopped around. And I think the reason is, some companies did really, really good during the pandemic and are, pretty flush with cash. But at the same time, you've got some of these other companies that maybe didn't do quite as well, or in the case of some of the family-owned companies, they've realized that, you can get out now with probably more money than you would get in normal circumstances. The best way I can compare it to is you've got some drivers in California who weren't planning on retiring for maybe another, 1, 2, 3 years, and they're getting offers for their trucks that are worth far more than they normally would be. And they're kind of looking at some of the numbers they're getting offered and saying, if I wait 2 years like I planned, I might do really good, but if I have a breakdown, and they're taking the money and running, because the used truck prices now are just absolutely ridiculously through the roof. Some of these trucks, the drivers are saying that when they go to the dealer to look at the used trucks, they're talking trucks around 400, 500,000 miles are well in excess of $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
And, if a new truck costs $180 and they want you to buy a new truck for $130, well, assuming you get your hands on a new truck, why are you going to buy a used truck? Some of these guys out in California that do the ports and the farm work, they were hoping on buying 3 trucks this year, for roughly $130,000, $140,000, and now they'll be lucky if they can get one. So I think some of these companies like Christner and others are just looking at it going, we'll probably never see this much money for our business again. If we're going to get out, now's the time to do it. So, I've got to say they're probably smart.
Very interesting. It's pretty much the same with automobiles right now, just like the trucks. Been talking about the car prices, and GM's, what was their average car price last year was like $50,000, $54,000. It's insane, and thus used car prices are pretty much just like the trucks. They're wanting nearly as much as you paid for the new vehicle 5 years ago as a used vehicle today.
Well, I've got some friends, and this is going back about a year ago, that were being called by the dealerships in their area saying, hey, would you be interested in selling your pickup truck? And they were being offered, in some cases, more than what they had paid for their pickup truck used.
Is that crazy? Wow.
And that's going back a year ago. So imagine what the offers on them got to be now. They've got to be absolutely out of this world. So, but I know quite a few people who have cars, and they're looking at them and going, well, if I could get a new car right now, now's the time to sell it, because I could, do pretty darn good on my used car. So, like I said, there are people that are looking around, if they can find the right deal, are making it. And I can't blame them right now, because if you've got a car that you don't need, I mean, the prices on them right now are just out of this world. Same for the trucks, and some of these older trucks are going for prices that 2, 3, 4 years ago, I don't think anybody would have believed you when they said, oh yeah, you're going to see new trucks, or used trucks with 400,000 miles going for over $100,000. I think everybody would have either said, you need to go get drug tested, or you need to go and have yourself checked into the loony bin because you're nuts. Or you're on something that please don't share, because whatever it is, that's a bad trip.
Yeah, right, right.
I don't think anybody would have believed that. Also, did a quick check on the PA Turnpike Twitter feed. I don't know the details on what happened out there towards Philly, but that accident must have been one heck of a mess, because evidently it happened about 6-7 hours ago.
Yep.
And they were reporting 2 hours ago they were still trying to get cars turned around going eastbound. I guess the westbound lanes are open. Eastbound is still closed. And like I said, I don't know the details on that one, but that's probably one we'll be covering tomorrow on the morning show. So, definitely, stay in there. And, as we get more news on Christner and some of this other stuff and what's going on in Canada, and especially with this weather that's coming in, our morning and evening shows over on TNC Radio will definitely be covering all of that stuff and trying to keep the drivers informed. And even now and then we might try to have a little bit of fun if we have time. But, it usually seems like on the days where we like to try to have a little fun and relax, the weather lately has been getting bad where we actually have to work.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I've got a little more detail on the fuel. It was a fuel tanker crash there in Pennsylvania. But so if you're doing the morning radio thing, are you still driving truck at all, or are you pretty much out of driving and just?
I still drive truck full time, Steve. But basically, how it works is a lot of times I work the day shift, so I try to get up about a half an hour to an hour early, skim all the news headlines, and do a little bit of show prep before I start driving. And then we've got 2 or 3, Tom Kelly and Katie Chase and Bill Waldrop. They do 99% of the lake work if I'm behind the wheel in terms of all that research. Our morning team's a real good crew there, and they do all the show research and show prep, or the lion's share of it. And I may throw out some of the headlines that I thought were really interesting to me, whether it was from mainstream media or the trucking media. We'll kind of discuss some of them, and they also find stuff. And a lot of times during the breaks, sometimes if they want my raw reaction, they'll read or give me the highlights, and everybody the highlights on, as to what's going on in the industry. And other times they'll kind of warn me before the mic goes hot in some of our breaks. And okay, we're going to talk about this, and here's the highlights of it. But some days they kind of really want to see what my honest, raw opinion is like. We're going to wait. And usually when I hear that, I'm like, oh, brother, that's going to be a Lulu. But because you know how it is when somebody kind of does something like that with you, Steve, you're like going, oh boy, they know that this is going to be a good one. But particularly with some of this stuff that's coming out of Canada, I mean, they do have what they call their Charter of Rights and something else, which is sort of like our Constitution or Bill of Rights. You know, it's comparable-ish. I don't want to say it's exactly the same thing. But their claim, and I think you summed it up right. This is their version of martial law without calling it martial law.
Yeah, all their rights are pretty much out the window right now. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, well, just like it would be if martial law was declared, you know, in a part of the United States too. I think this is going to be really interesting to see what happens. It's as a driver, it's kind of a little bit scary. I mean, I understand why a lot of these drivers feel they need to go and do this, but I think Trudeau, if at the beginning he had sat down with some of their organizers and had a conversation with them, or at least some higher up members of government, I'm not saying this could have been done by now, but there's a chance it could have been, or at least it wouldn't be escalating the way it has. And, you know, I think, I'm not saying, you know, both sides have done some things that probably, from the political standpoint of negotiating, wasn't the brightest. But, yeah, the fact that so many people in government just seem to want to keep doubling down.
Yep.
And pretty much saying, well, you know, you can protest, but not if you're a truck driver.
They pretty much, you know, Trudeau, if you heard on the news break there at the top of the hour, Trudeau pretty much took a page right out of Hillary Clinton's deplorables statement about anyone who supported Donald Trump. You know, all, you know, right-leaning conservatives were deplorables. Did you catch that on the floor of Parliament this past day when he was speaking to some of the conservatives there, pretty much alluding to anyone who's out there protesting in Ottawa or anywhere else in Canada is a swastika Confederate flag flying imbecile. I mean, you heard the actual gasp and outcry on the floor of Parliament trying to paint everyone out there as a Nazi if you protest the vaccine mandate for truckers. With that, though, hey, Captain Kirk, we'll look forward to hearing from you Thursday night again, the encore after our program Friday morning. Of course, I figure we'll probably see you down there in Louisville. Come by the booth, and we'll chat a little bit as we'll be broadcasting live there each day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, long 3 days at the Mid-America Truck Show. Meanwhile, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, couple of industry headlines, updates here. Pennsylvania, here's what we see in regards to that. It was a fuel tanker crash causing a nightmare on the PA Turnpike in Fort Washington, PA this past evening, a little after 5 o'clock, when the tanker truck overturned, spilling an unknown amount of fuel on the eastbound lanes of the turnpike at near the 337-mile marker. The helicopter view showing the fuel tanker on its side and a bed of foam as crews worked to contain the leak. At one point, both east and westbound lanes had come to a complete halt. I spoke to one family who were among those stuck in the gridlock. They were on their way to a basketball game. They said they're having people do a U-turn. That's why every 10 or 15 seconds you'll see one car go by on the other side. Officials had been urging motorists stuck in the gridlock who may need assistance or fuel to dial star 11 from their cell phone, provide the dispatcher with your milepost location and a vehicle description. They apparently actually had to remove the barriers from the turnpike to get the stranded drivers off the roadway. Now, westbound lanes did reopen early this morning. Within the past hour or so, the eastbound lanes still closed as of less than an hour ago. So unless things have changed in the past hour, eastbound still shut down there, 337-mile marker on the turnpike. Authorities say the truck driver was hospitalized as a precaution. Cause of the crash still under investigation there. Separately, another tanker crashed into a building in Long Island Wednesday morning, igniting a major fire that injured 4 people. This was about 1 o'clock in the morning in Long Island, New York. According to the Washington Examiner, the tanker truck with 9,200 gallons of gasoline crashed into a liquor store and a former Lazy Boy furniture store after another driver cut him off unexpectedly. Both of those buildings were destroyed in the fire, and an additional building was damaged. Truck driver amazingly was able to pull himself from the wrecked truck, but was still transported to the hospital for his injuries. 3 firefighters were also hurt, battling the flames there. They said when authorities arrived on the streets, everything was just quite hectic. A very dramatic scene. No nearby homes were damaged. They were able to contain the fire there. When I came here, there was fire everywhere. The streets, the tanker, the 2 buildings. I looked out Sunrise Highway, and here's coming 7 or 8 manhole covers. Craziest thing I've seen in my 47 years. I guess it's a good thing if this was going to happen. It occurred at 1 o'clock in the morning when nobody else was around. Again, the fire did not threaten nearby homes. Some fuel did leak into the sewer system and nearby creeks. The leak has since been contained, but again, that was Long Island, New York this past morning. With that, we hit the top of the hour, close out hour number 2. Great to have you on board. OvernightDriveRadio.com, TNCRadio.live. And we return with more after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Hillary Clinton broke her silence Wednesday on Twitter, commenting on special counsel John Durham's investigation and reports it supports claims of spying on Donald Trump. In a brief tweet, Clinton insisted Vanity Fair had published a good debunking of allegations that her 2016 presidential campaign had indirectly funded efforts to spy on White House servers and the Trump campaign. Clinton dismissed those claims as the, quote, latest nonsense from the political right. A new Politico poll shows President Biden's continued struggle to win support from the American people, with just 43% expressing approval of Biden's job performance. Biden's approval on the pandemic was even worse. Just 39% approved of the president's handling of the pandemic. 49% of registered voters want mask mandates lifted. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of My Slippers, Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
The law requires the Biden administration to reveal the human job losses from the XL Keystone Pipeline cancellation.
Several lawmakers sent a letter to President Biden's Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm, demanding she complies with a law requiring her agency to disclose the number of jobs lost when Biden ended the Keystone XL pipeline. The Keystone XL pipeline was projected to provide approximately 11,000 jobs, and roughly $800 million in wages were extinguished with the stroke of Biden's pen. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Police in Canada's capital are telling protesting truckers who have hunkered down in that city for more than 2 weeks it's time to leave. Meanwhile, the last of the truck blockades at the U.S.-Canadian border has come to an end. Authorities say the final blockaders have left Emerson, Manitoba, and the crossing into North Dakota has reopened. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Used car prices continue to rise, and the ripple effects could be felt for quite some time.
The price of used cars is revving up even faster than new cars, and experts are sounding the alarm. According to Edmunds.com data, a 3-year-old Dodge Grand Caravan is worth more than $25,000 today, up 69% from a year ago. The high prices are being fueled by a global computer chip shortage, increased labor and production costs, as well as supply chain delays. Edmunds.com senior manager of Insights, Ivan Drury, telling Fox Business, due to the price hikes, people are having to finance used cars even longer.
We're already looking at extremely long loan terms, averaging 70 months. That's new and used. Used vehicles are going $500 a month on average. So this isn't just a here and now problem. If you purchase something now and you've got to borrow money, it's going to play out for years down the road.
That's Tim Berg reporting from the Phoenix Bureau. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is expected to loosen guidance on indoor masking as early as next week. This as COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations continue to drop. In a press briefing on Wednesday, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky said the agency is examining new metrics for relaxing pandemic guidance, including masks, and would deliver that updated guidance soon. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All I can say is, are you kidding me? Are you actually serious? Hillary Clinton. Hillary says, it's all nonsense. Just pick up a copy of Vanity Fair. You know, that ultra-right conservative, truth-speaking Vanity Fair. Because Vanity Fair debunked the whole premise that there was any spying. It's all a bunch of lies. No joke, Vanity Fair. I guess if you tune into The View this morning, is Whoopi back yet? I don't even know. They'll be telling everybody, oh, look, we've got the copy of Vanity Fair where they debunked this story. Pay no attention to the man and the individuals that had subpoena power to subpoena documents, to subpoena emails, to subpoena individuals to come in under oath to testify and give the story. Pay no attention. It's all a bunch of right-wing conspiracy. That's the best she's got. So if you want the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, just pick up a copy of Vanity Fair. How pathetic is that? Paul Manafort, you remember that name? He was a campaign advisor to Donald Trump at the time. Now, this is what's actually going on. The Durham probe is now proving that the Obama administration, Hillary Clinton, the Democrat National Committee, they knew that the 2016 Trump campaign was being spied on. We've known from that time. Clinton, the DNC, parts of the Obama administration were actually surveilling us. They were creating lies. They were leaking them to the press to create a false agenda. If you want the truth, the court filing submitted by the special counsel against Michael Sussman, which is a cybersecurity lawyer who worked for Hillary in the 2016 presidential campaign, details that the internet company contracted to monitor the servers for, quote, the Executive Office of the United States, the EOP, as part of a sensitive arrangement where they would provide domain name system, DNS resolution services to the EOP. The filing continues. Tech executive number one and his associates exploited this arrangement by mining the EOP's DNS traffic and other data for the purpose of gathering derogatory information about Donald Trump. Contrary to the mainstream belief, there was Russian collusion, but that collusion was with the Democrat campaign. Fusion GPS, hired by the Clinton campaign. And Igor Danchenko, who Mr. Durham, by the way, is also investigating, who actually went to Russia and got Russians to create false information that ultimately became the Steele dossier, which subsequently they, knowing it was false information, was presented to the FBI as a truth, a narrative. They lied to the FBI. The whole predicate of the Mueller investigation was based on the Steele dossier, the black ledger against me, Manafort, which was proven to be false. And the links between the Trump servers in Russia, which now has been proven again to be a fabricated lie generated by the Clinton campaign. But pay no attention to that. Pick up a copy of Vanity Fair. Or better yet, maybe Cosmopolitan would do a good job of garnering the truth about that. All right, hello to Chevy Guy. All right, he said, still homesick. I worked Monday. I fought chest pain. I guess, Monday night into Tuesday, fever, chills. All I could do was sleep. Wednesday, kept falling asleep, very weak. Fever and chills are gone, but I'm just weak and resting. Through all of this, I've had a terrible appetite. So I guess not eating good and getting just resting. I'm not sure if it's COVID. If you ask me, Chevy guy, it sounds like it's all the symptoms of COVID, but I'm planning on rolling out Friday morning if I can get a trailer loaded. I'm pretty much isolated from everyone with the exception of one yard man, so I'll keep him away and keep on trucking. Anyway, I'm enjoying the new 50-inch television, the rest, and copying the mail. No fear in all this for my sweetie, but she's okay. All right. Get well soon there, Chevy guy. Get a home test kit. It's pretty simple. I actually tested positive 4 days after I was pretty much over my symptoms. I think it was, I tested again 7 days after the initial symptoms had set in. Again, tested positive there. It was more like the actual 10 days when I got a negative test back, but just saying. Dipsy Driver on board. Morning to all the hardworking men and women on the roads and the first responders on the ready. Please be safe. All right. There's old Kentucky Ken. Morning overnight drive checking in from Lincoln, Nebraska. It's a cool morning here, but dry at the moment. Going to Shelby, Iowa, for a drop and a pickup for Paducah, Kentucky. Safe travels, Kentucky Ken. 1010 listening in. Boy, Ken, sounds like the route they've got you running. You're going to be rolling through some of this nasty weather. First of all, Iowa's in that swath that's going to see some of the snow. We're beginning to see some icing there in north central and northeastern Missouri on up into northwestern Indiana, even seeing a little bit of icing at this hour. Radar shows it's still rain in the Chicago area. You have not seen the transition to ice and later today snow just yet. Michigan Mad did post a bit ago. It's raining like, how did he put it? Raining like a cow peeing on a rock, if you know what that means. All right, here's the heavy rains beginning to encroach on Indianapolis within the hour. You'll see the rains heading into downtown. From there, heavy rains extending all the way back through St. Louis and back into Springfield, Missouri. Some individual showers and thunderstorms beginning to pop up sporadically through Arkansas. A much more well-defined line of heavy rain, thunderstorms, some of those prompting severe thunderstorms, will begin moving into Oklahoma City within the next hour. On down to Wichita Falls. Abilene, rain pushing in from west to east there as well. Things begin to tail off down towards San Angelo. And we'll do a quick refresh, see if we have any new warnings issued as far as severe weather. I haven't really seen anything new. All we've seen to this point is severe thunderstorm warnings. Have not yet seen any tornado warnings, but that's all supposed to be changing later today. Could see a tornado outbreak. All right, meanwhile, back to the phones we go. An Eagle on board. Hello, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing tonight, Steve? I'm out here on the road. I'm making my way to Florida. I'm going to be at I forgot to tell you that last night, I'm going to be at the Daytona 500 on Sunday afternoon. I'm going to make my way to the car race after I deliver my load in Georgia. Yeah, so I'm happy to see tonight 2 Chevrolets are going to be on the front row for the 500 on Sunday. Kyle Larson and his teammate got the first 2 spots for the 500 race. So hopefully they can stay up front all day long on Sunday and pull in the victory lane. Mm-hmm. Hopefully it'll be a good day for Fords. I mean, my fault, Chevrolet, because I definitely don't want to see a Ford. I definitely don't want to see a Ford win. They won last year's 500, so don't want to see that happen again. But, I'm going to make my way to the car race. They still got a lot of tickets available from what I understand. It's not sold out. Mm-hmm. So if anybody interested in coming, they can still purchase some tickets. to the race. The weather's supposed to be good. So, yeah, I'll be watching the race on Sunday afternoon, so that'll keep me busy, because I didn't get the Super Bowl. I told you I got sick a little bit on Sunday, so I couldn't really enjoy the game like I wanted to. Yeah, I couldn't enjoy the ball game, but I watched the replay of it the other day, so I got to see the action that I missed. Yeah, Steve, tonight, I want to focus on some things with this Canadian situation. I didn't know until I checked on some things, and I didn't know that the Canadian president, I ain't gonna even call him Mr., but Trudeau, I didn't know that this guy, or Parliament or however they're appointed, they have a lifetime job unless this guy dies or something else happens. They don't have an election every 4 to 8 years. So I don't know how the Canadians would go about removing this guy from office, if that's even possible. Maybe somebody can call in.
They just had
let us know how that.
Trudeau called an election last year, and it was amazing that he actually won re-election in 2021.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't believe people voted for this guy. Well, like I say, he's like a chameleon from what I heard. He came off as a nice guy, last year, and now he's showing his true colors. If he would have had the same attitude last year, I'm pretty sure the Canadians wouldn't have voted for this guy. But like I say, he changed his colors like a chameleon. He changed from to the person he is. Right, he's showing his true colors right now, and the guy is no good apparently. But, something that really offended me about what this guy is doing, Steve, is that, you had another guy, is that he's really putting the boot to these truck drivers, the ones that are left in Ottawa. I don't know how much longer this standoff is going to last from what they're saying, from what you're saying on your radio breaks, that they have law enforcement that are going making their way to Ottawa right now. And this thing, that those guys could be out of Ottawa by this weekend, from what I'm understanding. But the thing that he's really putting the boot to these guys, he's telling them that they can't get no fuel. He's not allowing nobody to bring fuel to these people, no food, no water. And now he is even, what I really can't understand is how they can do that. He has cut off their funds from their bank accounts.
Yeah. Yep.
And I really don't see how the government can do that, but that's what they've done. They've said that they have looked at the trucks and seen who's operating these trucks, and they're going into their bank account. They know how to hurt people where it hurts, Steve, because you got to have money to operate that truck while it's sitting on the side of the road in front of that Parliament building, to put fuel in that truck. And they know that if you can't get no bank money out of your bank, then you can't put no fuel in that truck. Trudeau knows this, and the other people know it too. So they've already said several trucks have pulled out in the last couple of days. Guys have just said, it's 2 weeks and nothing is happening, so they just decided to go ahead and leave. That's what Trudeau is hoping for, but that might not happen. A couple of guys I listened to interviews tonight, they said they're not going anywhere. They're going to sit there as long as it takes. But like I said, they're eventually going to run out of money and everything else. But the thing that really offended me the most was what I heard earlier tonight, what you said. The caller said, and I really can't believe they can do that. He said that they can take your children away from you. I think they're taking a step too far. Now, when you talk about taking a man's children from him, then you've gone too far. Like you say, the government has crossed the line, and Trudeau is taking it way too far now. I think he's abusing the power. And, he's when you start taking people's family members away. So they got a real bad situation in Canada right now with Trudeau. They got a real bad situation going on, and hopefully they can rectify it. It doesn't look like this guy is willing to negotiate. That's the bad part about it, Steve, is that this guy is not even willing to sit down at the table, talk like a man to these truck drivers and iron out their differences. He's not even willing to do that. So when you have a man that's not even willing to do that, then you got a bad situation. And I feel sorry for the Canadian truckers. Like I say, at this point, like I told a Canadian truck driver I talked to the other day, Steve, the only thing I can tell him is if you don't want to be vaccinated, you don't want to be mandated to have a vaccination. The only other move you can make is to move to the United States, make relocate to the U.S. Joe Biden, he doesn't seem to have no problem, with people from the south of the border relocating to the U.S. So why not Canada too? Because see, if they do that, Steve, maybe the Canadians can get in on the deal that the southern people get in on. Where they can put you on a Greyhound bus and relocate you to cities all over America and even put money in your pocket and give you free welfare. See, he can treat the Canadians just like he do the people south of the border. Joe Biden, I don't know why they can get in on that deal that Joe Biden has going. You see what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So we'll see how it all turns. What you say? We'll see how it all turns out in the long run. But like I say, hopefully the truck drivers strike. Hopefully these guys will take a stand in the USA, and they will make their way to Washington D.C. And try to get some things done in the USA. Because like I say, right now, what's going on? We instead of worried about the vaccinations, and man, we need to be worried about what's going on with these election scandals, because Hillary Clinton, she's one of the biggest crooks that's ever stood in Washington D.C., Steve, and she still got the nerve to lie, like you said earlier, saying that she had nothing to do. It's obvious that her and Obama was spying on Trump, and she's gonna lie until she goes to her grave. She'll never admit the truth, because she really thought that she was gonna be in the White House in 2016, Steve. That's the whole deal. She was supposed to be the replacement for Barack Obama, and it didn't turn out the way they wanted it to turn out. And now it's coming back to that's why they brought up the Russia probe to get Trump out of the White House, but it didn't work. But they got him out of the White House 4 years later, so they ended up getting the whole deal anyway. So we'll see how it turns out in 2024. Hopefully, like I say, Trump, he needs to focus. And the only thing I can say about Trump, he's comparing this to Watergate, this and that. Only thing I can say to Trump is to forget about it and move on and start focusing on 2024, because it's obvious, Steve, they're not going to do anything to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton should have been in jail a long time ago, and she's not going to jail. So Trump needs to be focusing on 2024 and getting back in the White House and forget about Hillary Clinton. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Yeah. And I'm looking here. As far as elections, I'm not real familiar with the Canadian system election-wise, but of course, like I said, they had what they called a snap election last year, September of 2021, to elect members of the House of Commons and the 44th Canadian Parliament. And again, Trudeau maintained power. He did not grow his majority in the Parliament there. It says the 45th Canadian federal election will take place on or before October 20th of 2025. Question, how often do Canadian elections happen? In Canada, the federal government and all provinces and territories have enacted legislation setting fixed election dates, so elections occur on a more regular timeline, usually every 4 years. So again, the next election on or before October 20 of 2025 is the way things stand. So kind of like we're looking at, are we going to contend with Joe Biden till 2024? Yeah, are the people in Canada, are you going to have to contend with Justin Trudeau till 2025? Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, so it looks like this past day, the Storm Prediction Center kind of raising the threat for severe weather, tornadic activity up another notch to the enhanced level for a zone that would include the zone, say, from Memphis to Nashville, Tennessee, Jackson, Mississippi to Huntsville, Alabama. So they bumped things up a notch higher. For the last several days, there was a large zone, like 20 million people, with a slight risk. And this is a more confined area where there is the enhanced with level number 3 on the scale of 1 to 5. But it's this spring-like setup across the midsection of the country. Unseasonably warm, moist air clashing with the incoming cold, and the battle between the warm and the cold, a volatile round of severe weather that could result in a significant tornado threat today. Unfolding on the warmer edge of this strong system that's going to impact much of the eastern half of the country between now and the end of the week. While much of the central and eastern portions of both Oklahoma and Texas will be at risk tonight, the threat of severe storms covers a much larger area later today. As the storm tracks to the east, winds way up in the atmosphere are expected to be transported to the surface, and there's going to be the risk of tornadoes from the Texas-Louisiana border to Alabama. As that warm, moist air surges northward, the risk for severe storms will not stay just along the Gulf Coast. Cities as far north as Lexington, Louisville, Kentucky could see some potent storms. Powerful winds gusting to 70 miles per hour. You could even see some 80-mile-per-hour winds anywhere from eastern Texas through eastern Kentucky and Tennessee. In addition, there will be a tornado threat with the strongest of those storms. Temperatures in the Gulf Coast states will be in the 70s and even 80s at their peak today. For example, the forecast high, Montgomery, Alabama, 76 today. Now, that's more like early April temperatures. Other areas will also see high temperatures, more representative of April as well. Further to the north and east, little to no risk of severe weather. However, heavy rain will be the threat. The elevated risk of flooding, especially in locations where the ground has been frozen and you get a significant amount of snow still on the ground, that's going to cause that rain to have to run off somewhere. And behind this dynamic system, we snap right back to reality. That it's still wintertime, people. By Friday morning, temperatures have fallen as low as the 30s and 40s across the western Gulf Coast. Now, those thunderstorms could continue into Friday in the northeastern Gulf and southern Atlantic and mid-Atlantic regions. Not expected to have the same punch as we'll see on into the day Thursday and Thursday evening, but they will bring some locally heavy rain, gusty winds, and maybe an occasional stronger storm. News break time. 29 past the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Canadian House of Commons erupted in shouts of condemnation on Wednesday after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau replied to a Jewish member of Parliament by stating this.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative Party members can stand with people who wave swastikas. They can stand with people who wave the Confederate flag. We will choose to stand with Canadians who deserve to be able to get to their jobs, who be able to get their lives back. These illegal protests need to stop, and they will, Mr. Speaker.
Trudeau has doubled down on members of the Freedom Convoy in recent days. And here in the States, the CDC is expected to loosen guidance on indoor masking as early as next week, citing a drop in COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations. This is USA Radio News.
Do your pets have the same energy they used to? Do they have problems with itching, scratching, a dull coat, or goopy ears? Then your pets need Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com.
For over 20 years, pet owners have trusted Dinovite to supplement their pet's diet.
We started Dinovite, and in our first box, we noticed a difference.
Dinovite is an all-natural daily supplement made from whole foods that help support your pet's immune system, digestion, skin, and coat.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
Today's commercial pet foods are processed at high temperatures, which bakes out all the essential goodness. These processed foods can lack the essential vitamins, enzymes, and probiotics that contribute to overall good health. Adding a scoop of Dinovite to your pet's food bowl is the answer.
If you love your pets as much as I do, you want to do what's best for them to live long, healthy, happy lives.
I have 2 cats and 2 dogs. All 4 of them are on the Dinovite.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating. The ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, Mike sends me a link from the Allegiance to Liberty. It says, Canada went from arresting people who showed up for work to arresting people who won't show up for work. I stand with the tow truck drivers, do you? It's a snippet from the New York Times, no less. The New York Times, which says tow truck operators, which we've reported on this, have been refusing to tow vehicles. Authorities call and say, we need to tow this truck. It's, nope, we have COVID. We can't tow. Tow truck operators who've been reluctant to cooperate with the police will now be compelled to work with law enforcement agencies to clear Ottawa's streets and the border crossings. If they don't cooperate, they could face arrest. So you're going to arrest a tow truck operator for refusing to participate. Are we not beginning to sound more and more with each passing day like China? Good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to tell you, it's getting bad, Steve. Real bad there. Lock her up. Didn't we hear that 4 years ago?
Yes.
Lying to Barney will just get you locked up for 5 years. You asked Martha Stewart about that one there. That's a 5-year prison sentence there. You ever been to prison, Steve?
I have not, thankfully.
Yeah, well, it's a wake-up call for everyone. Everyone cries on that first night. They all tell you they're innocent, too. I didn't do what they said I did. There ain't nobody guilty in jail, Steve. I heard on your news there that Dodge Caravan was worth more money now. I wouldn't give them 1 penny. I sure as hell ain't gonna give them 2 pennies now. But I found out that my 2019 Silverado is worth $10,000 more than what I paid for it. But hell, the bad thing is, Steve, if I sold my Silverado and made $10,000 profit, they'd probably want $20,000 more for the next vehicle I bought, right?
Exactly.
You see that video? That pickup lost his tire there and crashed into Barney Fife there, parked in the middle.
Right in front of us. I mean, you saw it come off the truck and boom, boom, right into the windshield. Wow.
Yeah, I bet he needed some toilet paper after that tire and wheel hit that windshield there.
Yep.
Well, Maverick must be a Pentecostal, see. They're the only ones that are not allowed at my funeral because they can raise people from the dead there. I'm a fundamentalist, deep water baptism, Bible believing Baptist there, and if it was good enough for John the Baptist, it's good enough for me there, Steve, I'm not even allowed to dance. We do a behind the back wave down there at the liquor store too there. So, I looked up people named Steve Sommers and my name both, and I quit counting after 100 on both of us. I just said that's how many people's on Facebook with your name.
Wow.
Spell it just like you do.
Is that right?
Yeah. So, yep. So you think your name is individually unique to you, and it's like with your Social Security number, it is unique to you because they have other things they add to it there, right? Well, convicted murderer Michael Pretty Boy Floyd Wilson is back behind bars down there in Mississippi after his second escape in 4 years, Steve. He even got treatment at a hospital for the cuts on his hands and arms with that razor wire there. And he should come up with a different handle there. I guarantee you, he was butt ugly in my book. This is a funny story. This Massachusetts man, he left his sunroof open on his family's minivan in 63-degree weather. He returned to the minivan 2 days later. It was filled with 9 inches of snow. What did he do? Get in there and dig it out with a shovel?
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
Yeah, he might have to get one of them E-tools down there at one of the Army surplus stores there. Well, my exit was closed, and I had to exit at Ballpark Drive trying to get turned around down there in Dallas today. So I just cut right through the middle of AT&T Stadium parking lot, home of them Dallas Cowboys, Steve, a.k.a. the Arlington Rancheros. My brother told me, says, while I was in there, tell Jerry Jones he needs to win a Super Bowl. I said, he's probably already been told that. I read where them Cowboys paid a $2.4 million settlement for response to 4 cheerleaders' allegations that their retired public relations chief, he was filming them cheerleaders in their locker room, Steve, while they was undressed. Hell, you ain't got to go in no locker room down there in Dallas. All you got to do is get out there on the interstate in a big truck and ride around. You can see a bunch of undressing going on. But I do think that was a good response by Jerry Jones to just go ahead and make him retire and give them girls a little bit of money there.
Yeah.
Big Moose, I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one that has tried to be a human forklift, buddy. I mean, that's some of that stuff's pretty heavy, you know. And Steve, I read this world famous Beyonce rock cobbler is a stupidly hard bicycle ride bordering on a race. It was conceived by drunken madmen, explains the website for the ride. These 3 guys were riding on this 80-mile off-road course with as much as 6,500 feet of elevation gain. They ran into this bull out there, Steve. He didn't like them being in his pasture. He tore that one dude up, said he hit him the first time, and said that when he was trying to get back up on his hands and feet, that bull turned around and come back and got him a second time there. And everybody finished the race except for that one boy. So that's leave them bulls alone out there. You know, they took that guy that won 4 hours, 49 minutes, and 13 seconds to ride that ride. See, that's crazy.
Wow.
And 20-year-old Louisiana man, he got sentenced to 30 days in prison just for having a bald eagle feather. But what got him in trouble was he finally admitted that he killed that bald eagle and kept one feather of it and just left the rest of it out there to rot away. But, you know, Andrew Cuomo, that ex-governor up there, he says he found an eagle feather up on a lake he was out there on, and he put it up there on his mantle. Well, he's in violation of the law too, Steve, but they didn't do nothing to him. That was back in, I think, 16, something like. The only one that's allowed to have any eagle parts is, monkey gouger, an Indian, Native American. They can have them without getting in any trouble. But he could have been gotten a $5,000 fine there, or he could have done got $100,000 max there. But old Como, they gave him a choice. He could either give him that feather back, put it back in the lake, or donate it to the National Parks and Wildlife Service. It didn't say what he done there.
Mm-hmm.
And you got $300,000 you won't get rid of?
Not a chance. What would I get for it?
You can buy a doghouse for your dog there, Steve, for $300,000. But this is a unique doghouse. It's got a 7-inch hole in its roof. But it was hit by a meteor right there. So you could have to be the only one in the world.
One and only. Okay, yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah, one of a kind. Well, anyway, that's all my old bull on it for right now. I'm trying to get on over here to Memphis before it gets too bad in weather. Have yourself a great morning, Steve.
Thank you much. Get ready for some rain. You got plenty coming the way I understand it. And it is 844-844-3388. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. On a Thursday morning, I see these kind of stories. I say, no, please. This can't happen. Drivers best start bracing for another surge in gas prices amid the conflict between Russia and Ukraine and years of underinvestment by the oil industry. So says one veteran energy strategist. And I quote, "My guess is you're going to see $5 a gallon at any triple-digit oil price as soon as you hit $100 per barrel. You may see $6.50 or $7 at $150 a barrel. I don't know where you'll be." Oil price. Dan Vicker He's the founder of Energy World. Dicker said oil prices could shoot higher to $150 per barrel, or in line with, do you recall, the super spike that we saw back in 2007? Oil prices have been red hot lately, the tension between Russia and the rest of the world. But, that really seems to be settling. Again, over the past couple of days, West Texas crude up 13% in the past month, 94 a barrel. Now, Russia produces 10 million barrels of oil a day, 10% of global demand. Any loss of that oil would cause a tightly supplied market to become much tighter. The march up in prices have pushed gas prices further from already elevated levels. Gas prices coming off their 7th straight weekly advance, according to data from GasBuddy.com. National average is up 16.5 cents a gallon from a month ago, 97.2 cents a gallon from 1 year ago. Average national price for gasoline is currently $3.47. Oh, and by the way, yes, diesel prices, the national average for diesel did indeed surpass the $4 per gallon mark, according to the numbers released from the EIA this week. $4 a gallon. Well, hello, Gilligan. What's going on there?
Oh, not much. Just driving up the road eating Reese Cups.
Okay.
Oh, on a side note, on that side, I tried one of the mellow cups. I guess it was kind of like a marshmallow on top of it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't suggest it. It wasn't, to me, I didn't care for it. Somebody else liked it. I didn't care for it. Well, Big Ed, once again, is throwing me under the bus instead of somebody else. I got my information on Maverick's death. I can show you in person what he wrote, that he heard that Reverend said that Maverick was dead. So, yes, Big Ed is to blame for all the fiasco.
Listen to you guys, all pointing fingers. Everybody pointing fingers.
Well, I have proof. That's the difference. See, now, I ought to do better than to trust Big Ed. I think I was talking to old Welfare Ed instead of Big Ed. That Welfare Ed was even a little more shady than Big Ed. Now, you know that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Now, well, live and learn. The good thing is the Maverick is still with us, and we're all happy to hear that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, Moose, that's right. But Moose, that was not me. I think you was hacked by that Lucknut Louie, Dimebag Denny, and Fly Rod Enterprise people. It's just, that's why I think he's using my name. I wouldn't do that. I'll con people. I mean, I'll deal with people, but I'm not going to. But I'm like a defraud like that. Yeah. That reminds me. We put a contract out on the GMA Enterprises. We put a contract out on Big Ed. He better not show up to the truck show. We've got a professional snipe hunter going to come after him. You know what snipe hunting is, don't you?
I'm familiar with snipe hunting. Yeah, I know what Horse Feathers is going to be bringing us brass knuckles, last I heard.
Yeah. I'm bringing my professional snipe hunting. He's very experienced. We just had him out last weekend. Yeah. He's going after Big Ed. So, yeah, look out, Big Ed. Yeah, the GMA Enterprises is got a professional snipe hunter on staff. Yeah, he's got offices there in the skyscraper there. They're in Highview, kids. Yeah, we put him in the top floor. So. Well, that's all my crap for tonight. For now, Face Steve. Thank you for taking my call.
All right, Gilligan. Have a good morning. All right, let me see. I mentioned the national average for diesel. Yeah, surpassing $4 a gallon. According to Landline this past day, we've got production and inventory factoring heavily in the most recent numbers from the Energy Information Administration and their short-term energy outlook. Truck drivers will notice the effect in diesel prices. Obviously, diesel prices have gotten higher than previously forecast, according to the EIA's project manager. It's an inventory story on the global level. It's just been slow to catch up with consumption, and that's resulted in falling inventories, which typically leads to rising prices. Inventories have fallen for 6 straight quarters, according to Hess. In fact, at the end of January, inventories totaled 2.7 billion barrels, the lowest total since mid-2014. The whole picture is important because it all works down the line. With the tensions surrounding Ukraine, inventories low, markets do get more concerned about supply disruptions. That keeps the prices going up. Demand growth has been pretty strong coming out of the pandemic. Oil supply has been slow to catch up, though. OPEC has not produced as much as their targets set. In the fourth quarter of last year, they produced 600,000 barrels less than anticipated, with some countries experiencing technical difficulties when trying to ramp back up on production. It's a similar situation for diesel. Demand reaching 4.4 million barrels per day in January. Part of that high demand, he said, is jet fuel demand. Still low, hasn't caught up to the pre-pandemic levels, but refineries are not back up to running like they were before the pandemic. Diesel inventories are 19% below where they've been compared to the last 5 years. So with inventories where they are, we're forecasting average diesel prices above $3.50 for the first half of this year. As winter turns to spring, the attention will begin to shift to crude oil prices as a gauge by that point in time. But on Monday's report, the EIA, the average diesel price per gallon here in the United States did finally again surpass $4 per gallon. All right, I'll get back to your calls after news update. I believe Jim is on the line next here. Heat wave checks in this morning, and room for you as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Canadian House of Commons erupted in shouts of condemnation on Wednesday after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau replied to a Jewish member of Parliament by stating this.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative Party members can stand with people who wave swastikas. They can stand with people who wave the Confederate flag. We will choose to stand with Canadians who deserve to be able to get to their jobs, who be able to get their lives back. These illegal protests need to stop, and they will, Mr. Speaker.
Trudeau has doubled down on members of the Freedom Convoy in recent days. And here in the States, the CDC is expected to loosen guidance on indoor masking as early as next week, citing a drop in COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
GOP senators are weighing in on inflation.
A group of Republican senators held a press conference at the U.S. Capitol Wednesday to address rising consumer costs and urged President Biden to encourage less government spending and do more to address the crisis. The conference comes after data released last week shows that the Consumer Price Index for January increased 7.5% compared to a year ago. Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott explains how his state is feeling the effects of inflation.
People are going to food banks that never went to food banks before. People are taking second and third odd jobs. Food's up, gas is up, rent's up. It's all caused by bad economic policy.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A new Politico poll shows President Biden's continued struggle to win support from the American people, with just 43% expressing approval of Biden's job performance. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Democrat Tulsi Gabbard is standing against her own party regarding allegations against Hillary Clinton and her alleged involvement in spying on Donald Trump.
A former Democratic candidate for president, Tulsi Gabbard, said the recent findings from the John Durham investigations into the originations of the Russia probe show that former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton continues to work to undermine American democracy.
Hillary Clinton and the power elite in this country manufactured this Russian collusion lie, actively undermining our democracy and stoking the fires, moving us into this new Cold War with Russia. The damage that they did to the American people, our democracy, and others around the world is immeasurable.
The latest filings in the Durham report allege that Clinton's campaign lawyers paid a technology company to get access to Trump Tower servers and create a narrative that would link former President Donald Trump to Russia. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
American John Schuster and the defending Olympic curling champions won a last-chance match to qualify for the playoffs at the Beijing Olympics. The Americans will play Britain in the semifinals later Thursday night. And a Florida judge ruled that records related to Bob Saget's death and the sensitive information in it will stay in the hands of his family for now. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, we'll be getting caught up on the phones here just ahead. We jump to John, been hanging in there. Hey, good morning, John. What's happening out there? Hello, John. John, you hanging in there? I presume that's a no. All right, let's try Heatwave. Morning, Heatwave.
Good morning, senor. I got a weather report and a road condition report. All right, folks traveling on 40, east and westbound, they're east of Gallup, right now to Thoreau, I can't ever pronounce that damn name, New Mexico, exit 53. You've got slick spots but going both ways, so be careful. You're clear from Gallup to the state line, and then in Arizona, you're pretty clear on up to Holbrook, and then both east and westbound have got issues between Holbrook and Winslow, Arizona. So, that being said, it's been one hell of a night out here. I tell you what, Gilligan, he must be training to be the next news anchor for either MSNBC, CNN, or Comedy Central. I was talking to Big Ed earlier about all this, and he was trying to explain to me how it wasn't his fault. Then Gilligan calls, and I says, Ed, you want to talk to that scoundrel? He says, yeah. So we all had a pretty good chuckle. All I got to say is, guys, give each other a hug and a sloppy kiss. Let's get over this, all right?
All one big innocent mistake, I guess you'd say.
Oh, yeah. Now, Hillary, what a crock of crap she is.
Get a copy of Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair. You'll get the truth there.
Yeah, right, sure. Mm-hmm. Well, I think that someone that spent frugally $3 million to get the information needed instead of someone who spent $30 million and got nothing, I think I will trust the gentleman that spent $1 million a year so far. And whatever he comes up with, I think I'm more inclined to believe it. Now, isn't he a bipartisan approved appointee to investigate this stuff? Or was he a one?
Well,
That's what I thought.
I mean, Durham was appointed by William Barr to handle it. And, I mean, obviously he's supposed to be a bipartisan, non-biased. I mean, Hillary, how does she try to say it's just more right-wing conspiracy?
But she has been proven wrong so many times.
Yes.
Bill did have sex with those people. That was a great vast white ring. Well, no, And let's not talk about right-wing nuts, because I'm starting to feel that urge to have right-wing nut come through, channeling through and telling everybody just on that left side where they can get up and go. And I think Lugnut Louie and Dimebag Danny would probably agree with me. We got to flush the crap out of the system, and that's what the swamp is. I am certainly looking forward to this November, and I pray that we can get a supermajority of Republicans in both the House and the Senate, so that way they can pass bills that are good for the American people, American citizens, and to hell with the rest of the world. If we can't take care of our own people here, then we don't need to be subsidizing the living of other people that come in here illegally. If you're coming here legally, hey, I got no problem. You pay your money that you're supposed to pay out to do what you got to do to become a citizen. But damn it, you learn our language, and we should not have to cater to anyone else but American citizens. None of these 180 different tests in different languages to see whether or not you can drive, because there's only one language out here on the road, except on the border states, and that language is English. I mean, you go to Arabian countries out there, and you see this scrawl that they got on their signs. Can you read what that scrawl is?
Right.
No. Why? Because it's for them. I don't need to have someone here that you have to hawk up a gallon of phlegm to pronounce their name. And, oh, by the way, they don't speak good English. And yet the president says, I am a potential terrorist. Oh, the hell with that noise. You know, like I said the other night, I gave Uncle Sam carte blanche on my life to do with it as he pleased while I was in service of this country. And it wasn't just me, as a million others of my, fellow veterans, retirees, and current service members. Your son was included in that deal. We all did what we thought was right for us and for our country. And be turned around and be called potential terrorists? That still burns my ass. I'm just not real happy at all. So what else has been going on?
Well, we're just waiting for the rain to arrive. I think it's going to be we're going to have a soggy day here.
Well, I guess better rain than this frozen precip we got out here. I know my wife, she was upset. She says, we're not supposed to get snow until, and then her phone went off. And she's like, damn it. I said, what's the matter? She says, well, we're supposed to get snow starting at 11 o'clock tonight. And it's supposed to be a lot. And I said, what did our local weather people say? It wasn't supposed to happen until tomorrow. I said, if you want to get good weather forecast, I said, you're going to have to put Steve Sommers' app on your phone so you can listen to them right at the very beginning. Because, Steve, I tell you what, these weather people out here have not gotten the weather right at all. I mean, they're about 10 degrees off on whatever they say the temperature is going to be for the low, and they're 10 degrees off. It's warmer than what they say. And I don't understand it. They've got all these different, European weather chart prediction and about 15 others. Why do they always pick the wrong one? I mean, who else can be wrong that many times and make that much money and not get fired?
Uh-huh.
I don't know who else could be. But you know what the sad thing is, and I was thinking about that when you said it. You were saying that the storms in west central Texas were traveling at 65 miles an hour. That's really a crying shame, because a storm would pass me doing 63. It's going to take it a little while, depending on how wide that storm is, but I would be stuck in the middle of that damn storm, and I couldn't outrun it. That's sad. That's really sad. So, anyways, I guess I'm done rambling for right now. I'm sure I'll think of something else, but we're heading to Albuquerque. They just didn't have any freight going north or south. They just had it going back to Albuquerque, so that's where we're heading. And they don't have anything to turn around, so I guess we're going to go first available or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And see if we can't do this again tomorrow night.
All right. Well, playing in the snow. Be careful out there. You got to keep it betwixt the spotted and the solid if you can see where the lines are.
Yeah, I got a pretty good film on the windshield here, and that rascal's got his high beams on. It's like Knuckle Buster said. A little hammer would do it a lot of good there, dimming those lights down. So. But anyways, I'm out of here before I get into trouble. Good night, senor.
Thank you much, Heatwave. Be careful out there. All right, we've got clear lines. First time tonight. Wide open at 844-844-3380. He brought up Hillary Clinton. Representative Devin Nunes says the necessary elements of this DOJ inquiry into the origins of then Special Counsel Robert Mueller's investigation needs to be released unless withheld temporarily by Special Counsel John Durham. Right on the heels of the newly unearthed filing from the Durham inquiry asserting that the campaign of 2016 candidate Hillary Clinton actually paid a technology company to infiltrate Trump Towers and then the White House servers. Now, this was all done, as we said, to concoct a narrative of collusion between Russia and former President Trump during the campaign. Ultimately, all this information needs to come out. So if Durham wants to say he didn't want this out, I'd be fine with that. But outside of that, I don't want to hear what the Department of Justice or any of these so-called intelligence community agencies even have to say. They should have given this to us years and years ago. Nunes, as chair of the House Intelligence Committee, said he knew he was right over the head of exposing the Democrats' Russian narrative when they began to treat him like a Trump official. When I busted them using the intelligence apparatus and the actually unmasking of names of Trump transition officials, little did I know probably why they went completely crazy. It's because they didn't tell us that they actually had the White House comms compromised. I don't really care what they have to say. I think we're in a very dark place in this country right now where the fake news is essentially owned by the left, and there's very few places that are actually trying to get to the bottom of the story. That's one of the reasons I like you guys at Newsmax. I think you guys are doing a good job of trying to get to the truth. The truth. Oh, but maybe we can't handle it. I don't know. And with that, a quick 2-minute timeout. Thursday morning coming on. Oh, the weekend is on the horizon. Oh, and yes, Eagle mentioned NASCAR. Got the twin duels coming up tonight. I think race 1 begins at, 7 or 7:30. Race number 2 about like 8:45, which will determine the starting positions for the rest of the field. Front row locked in by the individual qualifying this past day. A Hendricks front row, a Chevrolet front row. But we all know anything can happen at Daytona. And it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
right, a little more on someone mentioned earlier, shooting on I-75 this past day. Georgia police, they tell us, searching for a suspect who opened fire on a semi-truck driver this past afternoon. This was in Cobb County, Georgia. Northbound I-75. Police say the person in the vehicle opened fire on the semi-truck, then fled the scene. Driver was transported to a nearby hospital with serious injuries. Yeah, the person that posted earlier, I believe they said he was hit several times. This temporarily closed all lanes of northbound I-75. Things got reopened, I guess, about 1:30 yesterday afternoon. At posting time for the story from CDL Life, police were still searching for a suspect. Then we've got the CVSA announcing their primary focus for this year's International Road Check effort, which this year they've already announced May the 17th through the 19th. At weigh and inspection stations, roving patrols, temporary inspection sites throughout North America. 72-hour campaign. Last year, the focus was on hours of service violations and lighting violations. This year, the focus, they tell us, will be on wheel ends. According to the CVSA, violations involving wheel end components historically account for about a quarter of out-of-service violations discovered during International Road Check. In the past road check data routinely found wheel end components in the top 10 of vehicle violations. All right, they go through everything that's going to be checked out, but you pretty much, so from head to toe, everything, looking for cracks, unseated locking rings, studs or clamps, cracked or broken rims on the inside or outside wheel rims, loose, missing, damaged wheel fasteners, elongated stud holes, and focus is going to be on the wheels. We want every vehicle on the roadways to be in proper working order for the safety of the driver operating that vehicle and everyone traveling the roadways. International Road Check, the largest targeted enforcement program on commercial vehicles in the world. Nearly 15 trucks or buses inspected on average every minute across North America during that 72-hour period. That's a lot of commercial vehicles. Mark the dates on your calendar. Is this Patrick? Hi there.
How you doing this morning, Steve?
Doing well, thank you.
I've got a question. I have never seen a Vanity Fair, but I always assumed that it was a fashion magazine. Is that right?
That's always been my understanding. I don't know, maybe I think it's kind of like for women, more akin to where like Playboy was, an entertainment magazine, but they did some political articles and things. I think that's what Vanity Fair does.
Well, I didn't know. I just thought it was a fashion magazine. I didn't know how in the hell they could say anything political.
Mm-hmm.
And any fool that wants to read it, I guess just go ahead. So, anyway, this got me so pissed off I can't stand it.
So, I guess what could we have expected from Hillary? When the truth begins to come out, she's going to deny. Yeah, let's see here. Vanity Fair. From their website, vanityfair.com, dubbed as entertainment, politics, and fashion news. So a little bit of everything, right? Vanity Fair. Let's see what's going on with Big Sexy. Hadn't heard from you in a few days. What's been happening out there?
Well, I've just been out here doing my thing. Hillary if it comes to the truth, she's gonna run from the truth. She ain't gonna be nowhere near the truth. Did you get that email I sent you?
I think
it would have been for yesterday.
The new truck stop. I've got that in here somewhere. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think I've got it in my industry news. I didn't get around to it yesterday, but I've still got it here.
Yeah, it'll be some more parking spots and stuff on I-55 in Arkansas. Right before you get into Missouri.
I'm not real familiar with.
That'll add more parking spots.
Road Ranger Travel Center, is that a chain? Are you familiar with that? I've not really heard of that one.
I'm not familiar with it. I think it's a chain that's somebody told me it was similar to the Pilot, but I don't know.
Okay.
But I do know that, right there, that intersection or that exit, that's going to be on the west side of I-55, and on the east side is where they've already got a Love. So there'll be 2 truck stops there before you get to the Missouri line.
Okay.
Coming up I-55 from Memphis. So, and then, we're going to add one in Jonesboro, that TA Express deal. That's going to be another 75 parking spots. So there's going to be some more spots added. And I know they need them.
So are you
when you got sick, what was your symptoms?
Well, when I was first coming down with it, I was doing that 1-year anniversary show, and I had a horrible headache, like frontal lobe, front of my, just bad headache, and started getting muscle, like joint aches, almost like arthritic kind of aches. And you have aches in your thumb joints, your wrist joints, and and as the morning progressed, by about the noon hour, I started getting the shivers, the chills, and checked my temperature, and had a fever. I got to like 102 at one point, so I was sick as a dog for about 2 days.
Okay.
I didn't have.
I think I'm having a little bit of a bout with allergies and stuff. It's nothing but sinus problems. That's about all I got. Sinus.
See, I never really.
Nothing else. No fever.
Didn't really have any of the congestion and all that. And initially, now, like 2 days after I had all those horrible cramps and aches and muscle pains and all that, I thought I was better. Remember I did the show on Friday morning, and then that's when I started coming down with more of your traditional sinus kind of stuff. But it wasn't, anything severe, just the runny nose and a little bit of congestion. Well, it wasn't all that bad.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess.
I heard you say you had an open line, so I hadn't talked to you in a while, so I thought I'd call in and,
Thank you for checking in there.
Talk to you for a minute.
Grab you one
Especially
of those.
After heat wave.
Grab you one of those, the instant check, those nose swab check things. They're pretty accurate.
I think it's just allergies. I've got allergies bad, so I think that's what it is.
I don't know. I guess you with this warm up we've had in recent days, I don't know. Are allergies something that would be kicking in this time of year or not? Well, for what it's worth. Hey, he's talking about a new truck stop. Headline, Dateline, Blytheville, Arkansas, new truck stop coming to Blytheville. Road Ranger Travel Center at the site of the historic Scotty's truck stop near I-55. The new truck stop will feature showers, several new fast food restaurants for travelers. Chamber of Commerce said more businesses will make the exit off the interstate more attractive. It'll be better lit. There will be additional lighting coming with it. The exit actually brings us into a really nice part of Blytheville, Arkansas Northeastern College, just a half mile down the road. Went on to say the truck stop comes at the perfect time as the new steel mill is under construction in the county, which will bring in plenty of tax dollars. Didn't have a date set for the completion of the new truck stop, but if you're familiar with what used to be, I guess, the famous Scotty's truck stop. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Canadian House of Commons erupted in shouts of condemnation on Wednesday after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau replied to a Jewish member of Parliament by stating this.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative Party members can stand with people who wave swastikas. They can stand with people who wave the Confederate flag. We will choose to stand with Canadians who deserve to be able to get to their jobs, who be able to get their lives back. These illegal protests need to stop, and they will, Mr. Speaker.
Trudeau has doubled down on members of the Freedom Convoy in recent days. And here in the States, the CDC is expected to loosen guidance on indoor masking as early as next week, citing a drop in COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much.
But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I suppose we can say, and so it begins. Got our first tornado warning of the day. This just came out right as we hit the news break there. This is in southern Oklahoma. Here we go. Northern Jefferson County and southeastern Stevens County. Again, in southern Oklahoma, this tornado warning is in effect till the top of the hour. Radar indicated tornado and golf ball size hail with this cell. Again, they've got the radar indicated rotation. Let's see, located near Addington, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Will be impacting areas Waurika, Loco, and Addington. So again, tornado warning. So maximum hail size, 1 3/4 inches. That's good size. Golf ball size. That'll put a dent, that'll put a welt on your head for sure. All right, so we're expecting to see more and more of those throughout the early morning hours and through the day. I'm kind of zooming in on the radar. Yeah, I'm looking at, we got a good cluster moving into Tulsa, Oklahoma. There's a strong line from just south of Oklahoma City that stretches all the way down just east of Wichita Falls and on down into Texas there. The leading edge. Heavy rains continue through southern Missouri, about the southern half of Illinois, much of Indiana. The rains have moved into the Indianapolis area, Fort Wayne. You're knocking on the door with some of the rain there. Chicago, you've been in rain from the midnight hour Eastern time, but we begin to see that's the concern, the ice that's going to begin encroaching on the Chicago area, probably before the sun comes up. Mixed precip, icing scenario from DeKalb, Illinois, back down toward Galesburg, and not quite back to Quincy, Illinois. Now I see a much broader area of what the radar is showing as ice through central and eastern Kansas this morning. Looks like from Wichita to Emporia to Topeka, all the way up to, again, Atchison. That's all a pretty broad icing zone. You see, I guess temperatures have dropped enough to be plain old snow from about Hutchinson, Kansas to just east of Dodge City down toward Liberal, Kansas. And you got plenty more snow that's going to be filling in, stretching all the way back into eastern portions of Colorado. Let's see here, from Pueblo. Denver was supposed to get a pretty decent accumulation out of this I-50 between Pueblo and Lamar. Snow is falling. Get some snow up along I-40 as well there in Colorado. That's not I-40. I guess that's State Route 40. Further north, you got I-70. I apologize. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls, and let me see. Take two. I believe Jim is on the line. Are you there this time, Jim?
Yeah, I got you, Steve. Yeah, your trucking show's coming up. When is that going to happen in Louisville?
March the 24th through the 26th. That's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Gotcha. Okay, well, there's a restaurant about a mile south of town and maybe 2 miles on Frankfurt Avenue. That is a wonderful place for crowds to go. If you get it's sometimes hard in restaurants to get maybe a seating for 12 guys around a table, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
This place can handle that kind of thing, and if you got more than that, they've got a large reception hall that could handle more people as well. But Bourbon's Bistro is the name of the place. Whiskey Magazine just voted them the best bar in the country for the year now, and a big-time award. But they are a casual gourmet restaurant. They have 150 bourbons on the shelf in there.
Wow.
And anywhere to affordable stuff to up to like Pappy Van Winkle, where you pay a couple $100 for maybe a couple of shots, but wanted to make your people aware of it, and I know they'd enjoy their time in there.
Okay, Bourbon Bistro. Okay, we'll check that out.
Bourbon's Bistro. Bourbon's Bistro. Bistro.
Okay.
On Frankfurt Avenue. And they do have a trolley that runs out there in the summer. I don't know whether it'll be open in late March or not. But,
okay, very good. Yeah, so I guess this is just an evening, 4:30 till 10 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday, it says. So that'd be right there during, that'd cover all the days of the truck show. I'm looking at their website here. All right, maybe if we get a chance to get out and about, I don't know how much we're going to get to do that, but we can check that out. I've got some friends who have told me over the years about a place down there that's it's a pretty small place, but it's actually located in like a house or something where you go down in the basement and they've got really, really good food and good prices. You have any idea what that is or no?
Yeah, that's down in the downtown area. I can't think of the name of the place, but the history of that place is long, and what goes back to the Prohibition days. Al Capone and his boys used to meet down in there.
Is that right?
And do their whiskey trading down in there.
Okay.
And there was a guy in Cincinnati here called Remus that was a big-time bootlegger, and he was connected with Capone. Capone liked his whiskey because it was clean and wasn't like the White Lightning,
Okay.
And, they met many times down in that bar. I can't think the name of it, but it's right in downtown Louisville. If you mention the lower level, somebody around the area is familiar will tell you the name of it, where it is.
They'd say from outside you'd never know the place is there because I guess it's like a residential area almost, but they said they've got spectacular food.
Yeah. So you've been full of good news on the weather. We're up here in Cincinnati. I hope we don't get clobbered again. This last one was really tough.
Hey, this one's supposed to be a rain event for us, but once the rain moves out, then the cold comes pouring back in. I don't think we're going to see any snow out of this one. Bourbon's Bistro. Let's see. Home in the historic Clifton in a building dating back to the 1870s. A selection of more than 130 bourbons. I'm not a bourbon kind of guy, but including a barrel selection program. Bourbon's Bistro, Louisville's foremost bourbon bar. Our ever-revolving seasonal menu is bourbon-inspired. Outdoor and private dining available. See why we've been awarded the gold medal from Whiskey Magazine's Whiskey Bars of the World. There you go. Some folks may want to get out there and check that out. Let's see. Happy hour specials, Tuesday through Saturday, 4:30 to 7, and then open till 10 p.m. those same dates, about 15 before the hour. And it is 844-844-3388. And we mentioned coming up after our Friday morning program where Captain Kirk will be on following Marcia Campbell, America's Trucking Sweetheart. Coming up later this morning, about an hour and 15 minutes from now, Well, we'll check out the train station with Chopper Bill Waldrop. You know, whether you're a train expert or just want to learn about trains, it's described as a very fun, fast-paced show. After the train station, stick around for the maestro, Ron Samuels, as he reviews the history of popular music. This week features artists like Dion and the Belmonts. So you get a little bit of everything. TNCradio.live. And I'm Steve Sommers with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Melody checking in this morning. I remember seeing your post on Facebook where you and the fam were kind of stuck at home for Christmas, thanks to COVID. Now, Melody said her husband tested positive like on December the 21st, and he was kind of like what I described, sick as a dog, I guess. Now, she said she tested positive on the 26th, like the day after Christmas. And she said she probably wouldn't even have tested if he hadn't already tested positive. She said hers was really just all sinus. That's all it was, just sinus related. Hits everybody differently. Yes, it does. Yeah, my wife actually swore up and down that I didn't have COVID because she was down and out, almost 2 weeks, just no energy. Yeah, you sleep, and you'd get up and feel better. You get up for a few hours, and she was back in the bed, just no energy. And I've heard a lot of people that had that sort of scenario. Yeah, both her and her mom. Yeah, 2+ weeks. And the fact that, I got really sick for a couple days, and then I was feeling so much better. Got sick Tuesday. By Thursday, I was feeling, well enough to do the show Thursday night, Friday morning. She said, you didn't have what I had. There's no way. I said, honey, I tested positive. And like 4 days after that, again, I still tested positive, although I wasn't that sick. Everybody reacts in a different way. Go back to, we got to hear from Always Moving last evening. Remember she mentioned with working in the hospital environment, is it possible? He had not have contracted it after all this time. She said she's pretty much the only one in her ward or on her floor or whatever, however she described it, that hadn't officially had it. She's not aware that she's had it. Now, she could be one of those that was asymptomatic. I mean, going back to day number 1, remember how many people they said would have it and not even know they had it? All right, hello to Mike this morning, right here in our Cincinnati area. Hello, all the truck drivers out there on the overnight drive, just getting onto I-275 in Springdale, headed east. It's dry so far. Be safe, y'all. Keep it between the lines. Yeah, Mike, I've been kind of keeping an eye on the radar. Looks like precip's going to begin moving into our neck of the woods. Probably about the time we wrap things up here, 5 a.m. It's encroaching ever so gradually. I mean, we got the heavy rain now from Indianapolis to Bloomington, down to Evansville. It's all kind of creeping up gradually to the east, right up the Ohio River line. So, yeah, a dry drive to work this morning, probably a very soggy return, and a windy return from work. All right, back to, hey there, Heat Wave, what you got for us?
Oh, Senor, I forgot to ask. Have you heard from Monkey Gouger lately?
Let's see, Tuesday morning, he did call, because I was off Monday morning because we took off for the Super Bowl. He did check in Tuesday morning. I think that's the only time we've heard from him.
I understand that he might have been fussing about the wager we had about the loser buys the meal, and of course I was the loser, and I just don't know when to call him. I know what to call him, but I just don't know when to call him. And I just want him to know that no, I have not forgotten that I owe him the largest, biggest Mexican meal he can have there in Marlin, Texas. It's just I haven't been in Texas since that time. So, I haven't forgotten. We don't need to get a GoFundMe page set up for him to have the biggest, bestest Mexican food meal there. But eventually, I will pay up on what I owe. It's just
I don't know about that.
Texas yet.
Heat Wave, I don't know. He may not want anything to do with your so-called free meal. I mean, based on what he was explaining to us on Tuesday morning, he ran into, I should have asked Captain Kirk about that when I had him on earlier. Ran into him, and Captain Kirk invited him out to have a dinner with him on his treat. And he said, Monkey Gouger said, I went in and I was going to be nice. I just ordered light off the menu. He said Captain Kirk sat down and just started ordering up damn near everything on the menu, and he had piles of food, and he was shoving it all in. He said, next thing you know, I look out the window, and there's Captain Kirk shifting gears through the parking lot, heading out the door. He got left with the tab.
No. Oh, okay. That's what that. All right. I thought he was fussing about the meal that I owe him.
Yeah, he was talking about Captain Kirk was supposed to pay the tab and left him sitting there. And now, so he said, in the future, if somebody asks me if I want to join her for dinner, to hell with that. I ain't joining anybody for dinner.
Well, he's going to have to join me because I owe him. And this Captain Kirk, I used to drive with the old company out of Pflugerville, Texas, and it was known as Rapid Freight of Texas. And you've probably seen those trailers go up and down through Cincinnati in the mid to late 90s. Had a state of Texas, green on top, yellow on bottom, with Rapid and on the top and Texas in the middle.
Yeah.
Anyways, there was a Captain Kirk that worked there. And I'm just wondering how many drivers out there have the same handle of Captain Kirk. And I'm wondering if that's the same one that I was associated with or not. But Anyways.
Well, that would beg the question. How many truck drivers out there you reckon go by the handle of Maverick?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe after that 1986 movie,
you
Top
think?
Gun, I imagine there's quite a few Mavericks out there and Gooses. You know?
Exactly.
So,
yes.
Oh well, but yeah, okay. I'm glad you straightened that up for me. So now I don't feel bad. So
yeah,
I'll just have to call him when I can.
He wasn't bitching about you. He just complaining about being left holding the bag, holding the tab from Captain Kirk.
Well, if fuel does get up to about $5 a gallon, which that idiot in the White House created the whole thing, and there's no incentive for the oil companies to drill nor to make their refineries better if everything's supposed to be shut down by 2050. You know, I imagine they're thinking, well, why the hell? You know, but Nutty Uncle Joe, unbound our hands. Let us harvest our energy and let us not be victims to the price war of what's going on outside our boundaries. Please, could you just do that? Please?
Please.
So I'll be driving the Camaro instead of my pickup to Texas if that happens, because, 28 miles to the gallon's a hell of a lot better than 16. So, anyways. All right, senor, I will let you go. Thank you again for letting me on, and we'll holler at y'all tomorrow sometime.
Thank you very much. Good to have you with us. No, he wasn't complaining about you. All right, let me see here. Got about a minute before top of the hour news update. Got a full hour yet to come, though, so jump on in. Plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. There is a portion of eastbound Interstate 610, I guess still partially shut down after a 3-rig fire caused damage to the interstate this past morning. This is in Houston, Texas, by the way. According to the ABC affiliate, 3 semi-trucks, including 1 garbage truck and 1 fuel truck, were involved in an accident on the I-610 North Loop at Wayside. Police say that the fuel truck experienced brake issues, which caused a second semi to swerve to avoid it. That swerve then caused a crash with a 3rd big rig. Force of the impact set all 3 trucks on fire, destroying them and even causing damage to the freeway as a result of the intense heat. There was an overhead highway sign rendered illegible after being scorched by the flames. No injuries reported as a result, but drivers were being urged to avoid the eastbound lanes. Now, they're saying portions of 610 there could remain closed because they're going to have to repair the interstate. I'm not sure if they had an opportunity to get that repaired this past day or not, but just a heads up, rolling through that area. Final hour coming up here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. government says testing the unvaccinated comes with a $22 million price tag each month.
The U.S. government says it faces significant harm if an appeals court fails to reverse an injunction barring enforcement of President Joe Biden's COVID-19 vaccine mandate for all government workers, and that testing unvaccinated employees will cost over $22 million taxpayer dollars a month. White House Office of Management and Budget Deputy Director Jason Miller disclosed that the government would be hurt on several fronts if it cannot enforce the vaccine requirements. On January 21st, a U.S. judge ruled that President Joe Biden could not require federal employees to be vaccinated against COVID-19. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
And the CDC is expected to loosen guidance on indoor masking as early as next week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now is possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
The Canadian House of Commons erupted in shouts of condemnation Wednesday after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau replied to a Jewish member of Parliament by stating this.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative Party members can stand with people who wave swastikas. They can stand with people who wave the Confederate flag. We will choose to stand with Canadians who deserve to be able to get to their jobs, who be able to get their lives back. These illegal protests need to stop, and they will, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker of the House of Commons told Trudeau to avoid inflammatory language. Hillary Clinton took to Twitter on Wednesday regarding Special Counsel John Durham's investigation into her alleged involvement in spying on Donald Trump. Clinton referred her followers to a Vanity Fair article and blamed the political right. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Used car prices continue to rise, and the ripple effects could be felt for quite some time.
The price of used cars is revving up even faster than new cars, and experts are sounding the alarm. According to Edmunds.com data, a 3-year-old Dodge Grand Caravan is worth more than $25,000 today, up 69% from a year ago. The high prices are being fueled by a global computer chip shortage, increased labor and production costs, as well as supply chain delays. Edmunds.com senior manager of Insights Ivan Drury telling Fox Business, due to the price hikes, people are having to finance used cars even longer.
We're already looking at extremely long loan terms, averaging 70 months. That's new and used. Used vehicles are going $500 a month on average. So this isn't just a here and now problem. If you purchase something now and you've got to borrow money, it's going to play out for years down the road.
That's Tim Berg reporting from the Phoenix Bureau. American John Schuster and the defending Olympic curling champions won a last chance match to qualify for the playoffs at the Beijing Olympics. The Americans will play Britain in the semifinals later Thursday night. And a Florida judge ruled that records related to Bob Saget's death and the sensitive information in it will stay in the hands of his family for now. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9, Black Carolina monkey gouging. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Okay, final hour. Here it is on a Thursday morning. Believe it or not, already. And let me see. A couple from the email. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. From the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve. I just happened to look out at my front yard, which there's a creek about 50 yards away that runs beside my property. Most of the snow has now melted, rain still falling. I'll dig out my fishing rod in the morning, see if I have any luck. Major flooding. Anyway, great show as always. He says, all right, stay dry, Dipsy driver. What else here? Question, Steve. Morning, my schedule changed, so I don't get to hear the whole show anymore. I start my day about 4 a.m. in the morning. Now, the replay used to replay the show from the night before. Now it seems like we're playing replays from like weeks ago. Just kind of wondering what's going on. I'm not exactly sure how they schedule what's going to play, what episodes are going to play, but I can inquire about that. I had a bit of change up there with the leadership of the overnight drive there in Mount Gilead. Chad opted to take a job elsewhere, so I don't know whether he was the one that handled that or again. But I'll be talking to Kyle later this morning. I will inquire about that and let you know. All right, meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Who we got here? Oh, looky there. We got the Rambler this morning. What's happening, Rambler?
All from Timbuktu to Kalamazoo and all cities in between. You got Steve Sommers pumping out audio gold from the Hot Shot Secret Studios in the Secret Bunker in the metropolitan town of Cincinnati. That was a great plug you gave a while ago for that restaurant. There's just one problem. He mentioned about 120, 150 bottles of bourbon?
130,
now you take that and you add 130? Now you take you yourself and then add 12 other drivers like Gilligan and Heatwave, Fly Rod, Big Ed, Big Moose, and Monkey Gouger, and all them other characters. And then you throw, wherever Heatwave goes, Bambi Dovetail follows. I highly recommend that you take everybody's cell phone because you don't want nothing ending up on one of those adult sites.
Yeah.
Pull up on your cell phone. So sins that will make Caligula blush. But anyway, glad to be talking to you tonight, man. What a great show. And, man, we hadn't heard from Cool Breeze in a long time. And I didn't know he retired down there to Tampa, Florida.
Yeah.
So glad he's doing good and everything like that. But I wanted to bring
Rambler, you still there? I think Rambler lost his cell. Either that or his phone just went kapoots. Rambler, give us a call back. Maybe he just found a dead zone there. He was trying to come back right as we disconnected. All right, our number 844-844-3388. This past day, Wisconsin State Patrol took to social media to remind motorists that big rigs have the right-of-way in roundabouts. Now, in this town, Cincinnati, there may be a few here. I don't encounter. I only know of one that I've actually encountered, but I hear there are some places, some states that are just going crazy with roundabouts here, there, and everywhere. All right, from the Wisconsin State Patrol, who goes there? Have you ever approached a roundabout next to a semi-tractor trailer and wondered who has the right-of-way? Spoiler alert, it's the semi. Wisconsin State Statute 346.18, Section 8 specifies that drivers shall yield the right-of-way to vehicles longer than 40 feet or wider than 10 feet when approaching or driving through a roundabout at approximately the same time. They shared some additional information on how we are supposed to share roundabouts with large trucks. This requires drivers at roundabouts to yield right-of-way to trucks and other large vehicles and combination of vehicles, trucks towing boats, RVs towing cars, measuring at least 40 feet long or 10 feet wide. Motorists are required to give space to larger vehicles when approaching and driving through roundabouts. The law was passed in the interest of safety, as commercial trucks can weigh up to 80,000 pounds, and most larger vehicles have an expanded turning radius. Drivers are asked to please remain mindful that all motorists approaching a roundabout must yield to any traffic already within a roundabout as signed and per law. Now, if two large vehicles approach a roundabout at the same time, the vehicle on the right must yield right-of-way to the vehicle on the left. How to remain safe in a roundabout. I think it happens all too often. Automobiles get up there and they think that the semi-truck can stay in their lane, whichever they're in, and they're trying to get right up next to them in the roundabout, and it doesn't work out very well. All right, Rambler, take two there. I think you lost yourself. Thanks for calling back.
Yes, sir, I did. I apologize for that. But, yeah, I was talking about El Rushbo. And I know Blind Guy has been on his show a time or two. And shout out to Victor there. But, yeah, his widow was supposed to be on the two guys that took his time slot. Buck Simpson and Clay Travis. She's going to be on there today. So if I'm awake, which I think they come on at 10 o'clock my time, which is Central Time, normal time for me. So, if y'all have a chance, just go listen to that. And I guess, he'll live on forever, but we have to move on. And, thank goodness we have your show now, buddy. And I'm happy about that. Happy that Maverick was able to get on with us and kind of go into that character again. And I mentioned disc golf. Do you still play disc golf? I know you used to play, a few years ago. Do you still play?
I have not played in a couple of years.
Oh, Steve. Man, you got to get back out there and get back in the game. I remember you taking Hollywood with you, and he made us all laugh talking about how he was getting in some sort of stance, and he fell over and rolled all over on the ground.
He did, yes.
I believe you coined the phrase a pollywogging mud.
Yep. Yeah, I got to take Hollywood. I took Yoda went disc golfing with me once or twice. Brooklyn got to get out there with me on occasion. Isn't that something?
It is. Wow. You know, and then you think that Yoda and Brooklyn's no longer with us.
Correct. Yep.
You know, and we have a couple of courses here. Langan Park's one of them. Then I mean, you know, you get out there on a good day. Man, you know, to me, it's better than playing regular golf. You know, regular golf. You know, if you have a bad day, you really have a bad day, and you end up throwing your clubs in the water. But disc golf, you know, it's just. To me, it's just peaceful. You get out there on a good course, and you can just take your time, and really is a peaceful thing to really do, you know. So I was wanting to ask you if you still played or not.
That's funny. You asked me about disc golf. I reached down behind me here. I've got my disc golf bag and my bag of discs right behind me in my seat here in the bunker. Because a few weeks ago, I went out and dug them out of the shed and said, I might go out and play around here and there. I've got some of my favorite discs that I can show to the audience what a disc golf disc looks like. It's not a regular Frisbee. These things are heavy.
No.
And if you throw this and you get hit in the head with it, it's going to hurt like you know what.
Well, you know, the thing about a disc, you know, is kind of like a skeet, but instead of being clay, it's heavy plastic, synthetic, you know. There's a course that I played over in Chickasaw that you had to watch yourself because if you didn't know what you were doing, it would end up in the canal.
Yeah.
We had a couple of gators that lived in that canal. So, but you know, the city was always nice enough to have long poles where if you threw your disc in the canal, you can go in there and kind of dig it out, get it out, so just losing one and losing all that money you spend on it, but. Yeah, you know, I recommend for any of the retired drivers, if you're looking for a hobby, take up disc golf. I mean, it's good exercise. If you get on a good course, it's really peaceful.
Oh, yeah.
It's really fun when you get a friend, you know, to go with you. You can cut up, tell jokes and, you know, stuff like that. I don't want to get out there with old Pappy. I'm scared Pappy will bring the and I know he's a respected lawman, but I'm always scared Pappy will bring that devil's lettuce and try and get me to take. And I don't want to.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. You know, and then end up throwing. You know, I mean, he can get out there with liberal Willie Nelson all he wants to. But he ain't gonna get out there with me. But by the way, speaking of Pappy. If he's listening, man, we're still praying for Mercedes Cantrell, your daughter, and Knuckle Buster. We're praying for your daughter, too. We hadn't given up on them, and we're not going to give up. I believe in a Lord that specializes in complete and total healing. I've seen people healed. I'm not a faith healer myself. I do believe in praying for folks, laying my hands on people, and if it's God's will to heal them, He'll heal them, but I also believe that I can be 1,000 miles away from you and pray to the same God that you and I worship, Steve, and He'll either heal you or He'll start the process. And I'm praying for Mercedes Cantrell, and just a shout out to you, Pappy. We love you, and Knuckle Buster. We love you too, buddy. And we had to throw Knuckle Buster in that bunch too, you know, because I heard he likes them girls about Bambi Dovetail size, so. He likes them plus size women.
Oh yeah.
And there ain't nothing wrong with plus size women. Don't. I don't want to get those. I don't want to get those calling up saying, what's that preacher guy against plus size women? Sweetheart, not a thing. But brother, before I go, I just want to tell everyone that I love them, and remember, love just not a 4-letter word. Something you have to do. That's something you have to enact, and that Jesus can love you, and He does. I know, Brother Rambler. I know that I can love you and do. And check us out at the Turbine Ministries Church. And one more thing. Shout out to Ricky Roadway. I chatted with Ricky Roadway, and I can choke him. You can find Ricky Roadway at Richard Tittle Jr. on Facebook. Yep. He did a concert this past weekend.
Yep.
And that man sang a song called T for Texas and T for Tennessee. It was originally sang by the singing break man, Jimmy Rogers. He did it. And Steve, I've been singing it all week long, and I'm about ready to choke him and wring his neck.
Why
did you sing that?
You got the song worm in your head. Don't you hate that? Every Every night, I've got the alarm clock radio set, and whatever song's playing, that wakes me up in the evening, that song continues to be stuck in my head the entire time I'm sitting here trying to prepare for the show, just over and over again until I can finally get it off my mind.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, I'm not trying to break everybody's eardrums, but I'm literally walking around, T for Texas, T for Tennessee. And I'm like, Ricky, I can choke you. Why did you have to sing that and get it in my head?
Yeah.
You know, Steve, thank God it's not Webb Pierce or what was that other gentleman that the phone call would end when he would sing Together Again?
Oh, yeah. Wow, yeah. Who was that? Yes.
God bless you. We'll see you later, brother.
All right. Have a great morning. Thanks for checking in, Rambler. Yeah, they call it a song worm, I believe. A worm. It gets in your brain. Yeah, years ago, when Charlie Van Zandt was my news guy, which he was off and on for many, many years. But he'd sit there when I would do prep in the newsroom in those days. And he'd sit there in the evening, and then in the morning, when I'd wrap things up and I was supposed to be updating the blog, Charlie would sit over there, and the rest of the news team would be coming in, the morning team, and he'd pick out some goofy-ass song and just start playing it on the speaker over by his desk so everybody could hear it. And he told me on more than one occasion, he said, I just do this to get the song stuck in their head. I love making them go nuts. Thank you so much, Charlie. You're all right. Thank you, Gwen. We call that an earworm. An earworm. It's just stuck in your head. 23 past the hour. What shall we sing next? Together Again? 23 past the hour. What do you say, Gilligan?
Together Again?
Oh, no.
Now Pump's going to sue me again. Oh, man, I figured I'd call back in. Let's deal with Hillary trying to say that she did all this is bull and all that. That's
nonsense.
That's absolutely hilarious. It don't matter. A sad part about it is, Steve, think about this. Think of all the scandals in the Clinton administration, and nothing really happened. You know, the only thing that happened was Bill lost his law license for 6 months. I mean, they had all kinds of evidence against these people. Does anybody really think anything's going to happen to Hillary? We know it's not.
Yeah.
That's the sad part about it. Trudeau was talking about how conservatives are standing with people flying swastikas. So I guess that these rioters that were screaming, kill the cops and F the Jews and pigs in the banquet, fry 'em like bacon and all that,
right.
represent all Democrats. So that's the way it goes, ain't it?
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, it's beyond the pale that, you know, I don't believe that them swastika flags were actually being flown by people that was part of the movement.
You know what?
It's been proven time and time.
My understanding, Gilligan, was that that was taken out of context, that there was a flag with a swastika, but the caption, the poster that went with it was saying that what Trudeau is doing is like what the Nazis did. That's what that was supposedly about. So it was there, but they made it sound like they were flying swastikas because they were Nazis. That, you know, they didn't tell the whole story as usual.
Yeah, well, that don't surprise me one bit. I missed that.
Yep.
Actually, what's weird is if you do a little bit of research about the Nazis were diehard 100% socialist. They Hitler, the Nazi Party was originally the National Socialist Workers Party. It was not a right-wing party. I watch the History Channel, and they're talking about the radical Nazi right-wingers, and I'm here like, no, they were not right-wingers. They were a farthest thing from it. You know, people say, well, they was totally against the communists, and the communists were the left-wingers. What people do not realize is there was, like, at that time, 10 different political parties in Germany when Hitler was doing his rioting and stuff, trying to take power. You know, the beer hall uprising and all that stuff. Germany was not like the United States. I mean, I know we've got like a half a dozen or more political parties.
Right.
But there's really only two political parties. There's really that has any power. I mean, yeah, you got the Green Party, you got the Libertarian Party, you got the Constitution Party. Now, that's a party I could get behind. I don't know whether you're familiar with them.
Yeah, and we've still got the Socialist Party. I mean, Bernie's part of the Socialist Party. There is always a Communist Party representative on there. They're there, but it's right now. This country is pretty much a two-party system.
Exactly. From what I understand, that's the exception throughout the world. I mean, Trudeau won the election with, was it the Canadian driver said, 35% of the vote? Or something like that. You know, we when we choose a president, most every senator, most every congressperson, we really only have two choices. There's other people on the ballots, but it's extremely rare for any of them to ever get elected. Other than Bernie Sanders, wasn't the last time somebody that wasn't a senator that wasn't a Democrat or Republican, when the last one voted was Joe Lieberman?
Yeah, as a libertarian, he was libertarian, independent, I guess. But then there was one other that switched over to libertarian, which more often than not they caucus with the Democrats. But all right, hey Gilligan, thank you for checking in this morning. What a circus! It is the proverbial circus going on there in Canada right now. As we said, we've been hearing in those news of them that the House of Commons, you hear that this wasn't protesters outside the Parliament. This was members of the Parliament that were going crazy on Trudeau making those statements. The guy's out. He's totally derailed right now, off the rail. I don't know. Does the guy live in a glass bubble? Totally out of touch with reality. We know that's all too often the case with elected officials in Washington, D.C. They get in the Beltway and they totally lose touch with what's going on out there in the real world with the everyday working people. Out of touch with reality. To actually believe that all these thousands of people that are pouring into Ottawa for going on 4 weekends in a row now, that trying to portray them or paint them as Nazis flying swastikas. Again, did anyone explain to Trudeau by chance that flag apparently that was indeed there, that was depicting a swastika, had the banner below Trudeau equals Nazis, that sort of thing. Trudeau trying to doing what they did in Germany. That's what that was about. I don't think he's aware. All right, news break time here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. government says testing the unvaccinated comes with a $22 million price tag each month.
The U.S. government says it faces significant harm if an appeals court fails to reverse an injunction barring enforcement of President Joe Biden's COVID-19 vaccine mandate for all government workers, and that testing unvaccinated employees will cost over $22 million taxpayer dollars a month. White House Office of Management and Budget Deputy Director Jason Miller disclosed that the government would be hurt on several fronts if it cannot enforce the vaccine requirements. On January 21st, a U.S. judge ruled that President Joe Biden could not require federal employees to be vaccinated against COVID-19. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
And the CDC is expected to loosen guidance on indoor masking as early as next week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Have you stopped taking your statin? Over half of people will stop taking a statin in the first year due to muscle pain. Marley Drug offers the next generation statin, pitavastatin, which is different from most statins and has low rates of muscle pain. With a prescription, you can get pitavastatin for $1 a day. No insurance needed. Stop putting up with statin pain and call Marley Drug at 800-460-2510. That's 800-460-2510 or go to marleydrug.com.
Not available in Vermont or Alabama.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger.
That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed it is. Let me see here. Rick, I got your email here a few minutes ago. You were a first-time caller like Tuesday morning. Yes, I just forwarded your number. I got to forward the numbers to, it used to be Chad, so Kyle's kind of having to get back into the swing. I forwarded your number. I also had Dale, I think he may have won Friday morning. And Forrest, I sent those numbers yesterday. So I would assume he was asking how long does it take to get the code. As soon as I forwarded that to Kyle yesterday, you should get that. And it's going to be via a text message. So, yep, should be today. All right. And I'm going to be talking to Kyle again later this morning, so I'll just make sure he got that email yesterday. Good morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Tuesday. Hey, it's Taco Tuesday, right? Coffee up, ready to head up to Sterling Heights, Michigan, where the rain's going to turn to ice and snow later this afternoon. Looks like it'll be a very interesting run tomorrow morning. I bet it will, yeah. You're going to be rolling in. Yeah, they've seen some heavy rain up there this morning. What was it? Crazy Ray said it was raining like a cow peeing on a rock. Was that the way he described it? Yes, indeed. Be careful on your trip this morning. And with that, who we got on the line? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The blind man joins us. Hello, blind man.
Hey, Steve, I got 3 things I want to say very quickly here. Number one, the way Biden's talking about the war is coming reminds me of a movie, I think it came out in 86 or 87, called Tunnel Vision, the No BS Network. And at the end of the movie, as the credits are rolling, you hear the announcer say, and stay tuned for the Arab-Israeli War, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, with pre-war coverage with Joe Gaggiola. So I thought that brought back a memory. And then Trudeau, my best girl, has a question. She wants to know, is it really true that Margaret Trudeau had an affair with Castro and Justin is the love child? Maybe a Canadian can call in and answer that question. Number 3, El Rushbo. It was 17 years ago tomorrow, the 18th, that I called C-SPAN. Ann Coulter was on Morning Journal, and they were talking about how tolerant liberals are. And I called in and I said, yeah, my former wife was so tolerant that she divorced me because I wouldn't stop listening to Rush Limbaugh. And the Brian Lamb was saying, do you miss her? And I said, no. And Rush heard me and said, I got to meet this guy. I got through and told him, and he says, well, how long were you married to her? And I said, 22 years. And he starts laughing, 22 years. And then he says, do you care about her? I said, no, not really. And then I talked about my blindness and how her cousin came over to the house and he put crazy glue braille dots on the microwave, the stove, the washer, and the dryer so I could do more for myself. And she got mad at her cousin and said, what did you do that for? And Rush was saying, well, she's mad because you weren't as dependent on her as you were before. And then the call ended. I called about a year later and said, I you were right, Rush. I never did find a conservative in Silver Spring, but I found one in Gaithersburg, and her brother's a ditto head and all that. And then he asked me about a reality show that the handicap were going to do or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, yeah, let's have a wheelchair race on the beach, and we can laugh at the people getting stuck in the sand. And Rush said, see, he could tell that joke. I couldn't. So that was my encounter with Rush Limbaugh.
How about that?
And it's on tape. I taped it. It's somewhere in the house because I've had requests over the years to play that clip. And one last thing about El Rushbo, he was complaining about the electric cars and how the government was going to force them to make noise. And I had to remind him that the blind can't hear the cars.
Yeah.
So that's why they got to make noise.
Very good. Yeah. If you're out there trying to get around and you're on a street corner, I guess you're not going to hear an electric car coming your way.
Nope. Unless somebody's got the radio going full blast.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in, blind man. I think you're 100% correct about this. Beating the war drums. How do you know when it comes to Russia what to and what not to believe? Well, for that matter, China or even our own government. What can you believe with some of the corruption we're uncovering that's been ongoing for so many years here? But yeah, the Russian government actually took to social media yesterday to mock like the U.S. and NATO predictions that they could invade Ukraine by that day, yesterday. Going back to Monday, Ukraine's president said their intelligence indicate Wednesday would be the day Russian forces invade his country. A sign that was bolstered by the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine temporarily relocating their operations from the capital of Kyiv to Lviv, a city further west from the Ukraine-Russian border. Yeah, Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs tweeting remarks by the spokeswoman who said, "Today we mark another day of the start of war with Ukraine, which did not happen again." To the Western media outlets, to their regret, no matter how hard they whip up the hysteria. See for yourselves what the collective Western media and officials' words are worth, again, says the Russian Forest Ministry. There's a video of a tumbleweed rolling through a desert over the sound of crickets. The Russian embassy in South Africa tweeted, meanwhile, in Ukraine, with a gif of a character from the film Pulp Fiction, standing around looking confused. Remember that? You said, where'd everybody go? What happened? Russia's mission to the European Union tweeting, "I can assure you that as far as Russia is concerned, there will be no attack this coming Wednesday, nor will there be an escalation next week or the week after or next month." Meanwhile, the USA and NATO continue to say, "We're not seeing any signs of Russia pulling back." The United States and NATO joining Ukraine this past day, stating there is no sign of the troops withdrawing after military movements in occupied Crimea were fueling reports that the crisis has been abated. Yeah, let's see. President Zelensky watched Ukrainian soldiers training with new Western-supplied anti-tank weapons west of the capital. He also visited the front line and declared a day of unity. So the rhetoric just goes on and on. What's it going to be? The U.S. says they could still invade at any time, which I suppose they could. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Wide open lines as we head down the home stretch this Thursday morning. A day that could get ugly for some under our travelers' weather. This powerful storm capable of producing snow and severe weather will also bring howling, damaging winds eventually to the northeast later today. The increase in winds will also help usher in a dramatic spring preview in many areas. When you step outside, you'll be like, wow. Now, we haven't budged. We've been hanging in there at 58 degrees outside the secret bunker pretty much all night long. Winds have been gradually picking up, which they're going to continue to do through the day today. Now, this storm, a whole lot different than storms we've seen as of late impacting the Northeast. Forecasters are mostly concerned about the strongest winds that will arrive Thursday night, lasting into Friday morning. That's when parts of the Northeast may endure hurricane-force winds. Areas from the Delmarva Peninsula to New York City Thursday night, before spreading on up into southern New England later Thursday night into the early hours of Friday morning. High wind watches are in place for parts of Long Island up through eastern Massachusetts, including Boston. Gale warnings are in place for areas from offshore of Nantucket up through coastal Maine. Gale watches have been issued for coastal waters from New Jersey all the way down through North Carolina's Outer Banks, as a matter of fact. Winds will increase during the day today into Thursday night. Isolated power outages, coastal flooding, all will become more likely. High tide Thursday night, and most likely time to see flooding along the coastal areas. There could still be some more isolated areas of flooding even outside of high tide. Pounding waves along the coast could again lead to property damage along the water's edge. I recall seeing some of the photographs after that last big storm that impacted the Northeast. Some of these homes that had been built up on what were sand dunes. There was one where I'd say about 3/4 of this home, which was built on stilts, the entire dune beneath had been washed away and just kind of hanging on a thread. This particular storm could, unless they've built it up or reinforced since that storm, it may just be falling out into the ocean. About 12 before the hour, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, what else we got here? A couple of other tidbits we haven't touched on in our pile of show prep. Story from the southern border. A group of about a dozen illegals trying to get to the United States through Mexico had sewn their mouths shut in protest of the Mexican government's policies not allowing passage during their trek to America. Reuters reporting that the group of a dozen or so illegals from Central and South America used needles and plastic thread to literally sew their mouths shut, except for a small opening to drink, to bring attention to the humanitarian crisis at Mexico's southern border, where they're stalled trying to get to the United States. According to one of the activists, the migrants are sewing their lips together as a sign of protest. We hope the National Migration Institute can see that they're bleeding. They are human beings. Well, yeah, they are human beings, but is that not what you would call self-inflicted harm? It's not like the authorities are sewing their mouths shut. You're doing it to yourselves. Now, Mexico's National Institute of Immigration said this act of self-harm is, there you go, senseless. You are damaging the physical and psychological integrity of the immigrants. So some are just sitting back and watching them. What difference is that going to make? Been hearing in the news breaks, we could see the Centers for Disease Control easing the mask requirements, maybe as early as next week. Kind of interesting how this all unfolds so quickly. Yeah, they're looking at a new benchmark for whether masks are going to be needed based on the level of severe disease and hospitalizations in any given community. White House, they tell us, has been very eager to get an update on the mask recommendations. They don't want to appear to be pressuring the CDC, though. Neither the White House or the CDC responded to requests for comment this past day from NBC News, but the timing for easing the guidance seems right, they say. New cases of the Omicron variant have been dropping in every state except Maine. Hospitalizations are declining nationwide. You've got New York and a number of other states, led by Democrat governments, that have lifted their mask mandates for private businesses over the last few weeks. California is ending the indoor mask requirements, well, for vaccinated people. That ended this past day, apparently. Several large companies, Walmart, Amazon, easing the mask rules for vaccinated employees. States making changes to their rules is entirely understandable. At the local level, there's a strong feeling of this need to get back to normalcy. So says one, Dr. Fauci. You think Dr. Fauci people want to get back to normal? I mean, what's it been now? 2.5 years? Somewhere in that vicinity? Hey, who we got here? Check it in. Drew says, howdy, Steve. Is Spaceman still around? Yeah, he's still out there. He hasn't called in quite some time. We're friends on Facebook. I was looking at, listening to some of the posts where I think his son and another dude were playing guitar, kind of jamming in the house in recent days. So, yeah, he's still posting. Last I heard, still driving for YRC. Don't know if he's changed his route or anything, but no, I haven't heard from him in a while. It'd be nice to hear from Spaceman on occasion, wouldn't it? All right, I mentioned, I guess the question is, Justin Trudeau aware that the swastika flag that was flying at the protest was actually aimed at him? Gwen says, oh, he knows full well. He's just telling a simple lie and repeating it over and over again, hoping he can sucker the dimwits into believing it. All right, Santa Claus checking in this morning. Rush Limbaugh was one of our local Sacramento radio hosts at a point in time that made it to the big show. Said I used to actually call him back in the mid-'80s on KBFK. How about that? All right, it is 844-844-3388. That would be our number, and out of habit I gave that, but there you go. Stay tuned for the Train Station with Bill Waldrop and Reverse Gear with Ron Samuels for our friends listening on tncradio.live this morning. That's all coming up next. Meanwhile, one final check weather-wise. I see that still, just to date, we've only had the one tornado warning this morning there in parts of Oklahoma. That's all going to be changing, especially as things begin to warm up. That southerly flow continues. Winds throughout much of the east are going to be ramping up, where we've got those wind advisories extending from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the Great Lakes region. One final check here, see if they've updated any of this. Yeah, wow, they have expanded the wind advisory zone literally from eastern Texas to northwestern Georgia, all points in between, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, all the way up into New York. So it'll be a fun day for travel out there. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. And at that point in time, we'll probably be able to focus on just how much snow has fallen, how much freight is stranded out there through parts of Kansas, Missouri, as that swath of heavy snow will extend through the central portions of Illinois. We're talking maybe a foot and a half could fall in some areas along that zone. Be safe out there. Have a great day. And thanks for being a part of the program, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.